above me. Things I can't change are the reasons you love me. Listen, you can hear him calling my name. I'm all over the place, I can't stay in one place. I'm not ashamed at all. Still finding myself, let alone a soulmate, I'm just saying. Feels like we're one and the same, our relationship changed. That never existed. Whenever they say something about us, you listen. But fuck what they talking about on your timeline. That's cutting all into my time with you. Fuck what they talking about on your timeline. That's cutting all into my time with you. My time with you now. These days, I'm letting God handle all things above me. Things I can't change are the reasons you love me. Listen, you can hear him calling my name. I'm all over the place, I can't stay in one place. I'm not ashamed at all. Still finding myself, let alone a soulmate, I'm just saying. Feels like we're one and the same, our relationship changed. That never existed. Whenever they say something about us, you listen. But fuck what they talking about on your timeline. That's cutting all into my time with you. Fuck what they talking about on your timeline. That's cutting all into my time with you. My time with you now. These days, I'm letting God handle all things above me. Things I can't change are the reasons you love me. Listen, you can hear him calling my name. I'm all over the place, I can't stay in one place. I'm not ashamed at all. Still finding myself, let alone a soulmate, I'm just saying. Feels like we're one and the same, our relationship changed. That never existed. Whenever they say something about us, you listen. But fuck what they talking about on your timeline. That's cutting all into my time with you. Fuck what they talking about on your timeline. That's cutting all into my time with you. My time with you now. These days, I'm letting God handle all things above me. Things I can't change are the reasons you love me. Listen, you can hear him calling my name. I'm all over the place, I can't stay in one place. I'm not ashamed at all. Still finding myself, let alone a soulmate, I'm just saying. Feels like we're one and the same, our relationship changed. That never existed. Whenever they say something about us, you listen. But fuck what they talking about on your timeline. That's cutting all into my time with you. Fuck what they talking about on your timeline. That's cutting all into my time with you. My time with you now.
Welcome to Conversations with King. This is Thursday evening, and today we got a real dope, serious topic, and it's going to get real spicy, and it's going to get very triggering. So for those who are not ready to handle the conversations associated with the word suicide, please, YouTube, don't take me down. This is from a place of healing. But for those who don't want to associate the word suicide or don't want to hear things that might hurt you, please don't come to this channel today. Also, we really going to get down to the nitty gritty. I'm not going to be no holds bars. There's a lot of things that were said yesterday that I'm going to address today. So we're gonna have the smoke. I didn't have no Ripple yesterday, but I got Ripple today. There's gonna be some smoke, but then we're gonna get to this healing conversation. Before we do all that, let's drop the sponsorship. Shout out to Ripple, please. Go and support them. They support me, even though one of the flavors wasn't working, but it's okay. I still love them. We want to go and support them. Go to the rippleco.com and use my discount, the Ripple King 50% discount. Please support them so they can support me, but hopefully get these things together too, because I want to make sure I'm giving you the right product. Thank you very much. Go and support Love and Life Through the Eyes of Travel. Book Baby, Amazon, Apple iBooks, Kindle. Go and support that. And while you did get this book, go and get my brother's book, Love by Willie Dean, also on Amazon. Please go and support that as well. And for those who are constantly representing and being a part of King's Court and waiting for this contact in person, I know I look crazy, but listen, bear with me. And also it's a good way to support me. You know what I mean? To see what I'm doing also. But the content, I don't want to give you the BS content, act like something is special, and it's really not. Because I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm still new to this. I'm still learning this. But I'm going to perfect it because I want to take this seriously. And the more I take it seriously, the more tighter turtlenecks I want to start to wear. You feel me? The more fitted turtlenecks. So you know I'm being a little bit serious right now. Also, we want to say shout out to people that support my clothing, my merchandise. Not clothing line, but merchandise. Bonfire, Conversations with King. Please go to Bonfire and support that. I appreciate you and everything you do for me. Give a little roll call out to all those who's a part of the movement. It was originally the Garden, it's still the Garden, but right now it's Conversation with King because the Garden is split. Why is it split? Because everybody needs to have their own vegetables and fruits. You know what I mean? I'm doing this. You know what I mean? For those who want to partake, cool. For those who come, but you notice everybody that come, they benefit, they take their fruits and things and they leave. But I still love them though. You know what I mean? I still love them. You feel me? So with that being said, we don't want to get busy today. I love all y'all. I'm gonna go back to the original King, the one that grew to love, the one that was like not taking no BS. Ever since I got on this peace stuff, trying to help people out, I see what's going on. So we're gonna get back to this because I see a lot of people doing them, but don't come back to show love, and it's okay. And when you come back to this for smoke, I don't got time for that, especially if it's not coming from a healing place. This is a solution-based channel. We might have some hard conversations, but it's a solution-based channel. Please let's not forget about that. Roll call, Dr. Hood, what it do, baby? What's going on? We want to say what's up to Dr. Hood. What's up? Shout out to Willina Lee. Peace to the garden. Shout out to Tristan. Tristan's always got the jokes, man. I mess with him. Today I want to bring him up, but today is not a jokey matter because I'm going to point out a couple of things. Also, shout out to Natalie. What's up with you? Thank you for noticing my Mason Margiela cashmere turtleneck with the lamb leather elbow pads. Come on, talk to me. Shout out to Porter Princess, Natalie. Peace out to TB Trucker. We love your advice. We love what's going on. Who else? Chris, the biggest rock. What's up, Chris? We appreciate you. Brooklyn all day. Just Being Jazzy podcast. We love you. Terry, thank you very much. Even though you mean to me, but thank you very much. And Queen Nita, thank you for always being first in attendance. Please get people in the room today. It's going to be a special topic. Start at 7:30, a little bit early. We want to make sure everybody's right in their head. Bop for the dollar. What's going on, brother? What's going on? You know it's Cashmere, Natalie. You know how we do. We don't play. New York, stand up. You know it's how it's going on. April Carter, what's up, my love? What's up to my Spice Queen? Grenada, Nutmeg, talk to me. Before we jump into the thing, let me give some early smoke and congratulations. My twin. I wish you could get him on the page. I don't really know him like that. I like him. We are both obsessed with each other. But my twin, Anton. Let me say shout out to Anton. We've been keeping it cool this year. It's like February. You know what I mean? It's been a month and a half. We really haven't been boxing and like that. But shout out to Anton. You know, I was going through the Oh, that was a Sherlin. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Tristan. But you know, I had a special lady get me that. She was a very special lady. She got me that. I appreciate that. Peace, Abraham. But let's go back. Anton, I didn't talk about him this whole year, 2022, but I got to talk about him today. Anton. I keep on telling you that's my little bro. I could never be mad at Anton. He put work in this game on YouTube for 9 years. He did lie about me talking about his wife. I get it. I was intimidating. I was taking over the show. The energy was real. But you got to give that man props. The man put in work. Just recently, he bought this. I don't know if, I don't know who's Batman or who's the Joker. That's my son. That's my little brother. That's my son. That's my small little brother. Got the same watch that I got 4 days ago and said it was an accomplishment. You're taking advice from a man that's just starting to get the things I've been had. You're taking advice from a man that's starting to get the things that I've been had. But I like the watch. You're growing up, brother. You're growing up. I like it. It's the same one I got. You're growing up. And the price went up, so you probably paid more than I did. Every year they go up 7%, 3.5%. This year, last year, 7%. You're doing your thing. That's my little son. You're starting to look like your big bro. Work out a little bit. You know what I mean? Get in shape a little bit. Exfoliate a little bit. You know what I mean? Get some more accessories. And you're going to be like me. You're going to be like me. But you got the watch. I know what it is. I paid for you, but I know you pay a little bit more because the price really went up. So I'm proud of you. I just want to make sure you have your other watches. You didn't turn them ones in. You kept those, you kept this, and I'm going to be impressed. But you see, this is what I'm talking about. Y'all following people that want to be like me. You might as well just come to the main source, but it's okay. I get it. This is how people do on that side of town. This is how people do. They're not grateful. They're not appreciative. Out of all the smoke we had, I would have thought he would have got another watch or a better watch, but it's okay. You play close to 50 for it. I still respect you. You're still my son. So with that being said, shout out to Dr. Hood. We smell you, homie. With that being said, I want to say this to Anton. I'm proud of you, black man, for stepping up your watch game, getting the watch that I got. But I want to say Anton is better than me. And I want to say why he's better than me. And you could go and tell him why I said it. Because it's easy for a man to get this when he's by himself. But if he's taking care of his wife and his children and he still was able to get this, I'm impressed. One thing I don't front on is a man that takes care of his family, but also has resources to pamper himself. See, I'm a single man. I have no responsibility, so I can get this and not worry. You know, I do trick on a lot of girls to spend money, but I really don't have any responsibilities besides my overheads. This man, he did his thing. You took care of your family, you treated yourself. So we still got to give him props for that. But he still want to be like Big Bro. He still want to be like Big Bro. But we got to give that man props. So y'all got to go back and tell him, let him know what I said. It's all love. But I respect the fact that he took care of his family, daughter going to private school, wife is taken care of, and he was able to spoil himself. And that's what black men need to do and not feel too much pressure. And a lot of times our black men nowadays are falling under pressure. And this is why today I brought this topic up, because I really want to talk about what's really going on. Hold on one second, because it's kind of hot in here. Hold on. Out of here, you know what I mean? Being too nice, you know what I mean? Nikki, I know he ain't better, but you know what I mean. He take care. I know, Nikki, I appreciate it. We know he ain't better, but we gotta say things that's the truth. I respect the man that take care of his family and stuff like that and be able to support himself. So we're not going to talk bad about the black man today because today is a really serious topic. And I want people to get in the room for this. Please bring in the room. Please turn the lights up. Also, for those who don't know, if you feel offended by this, please, you don't have to be on this page. I don't want to offend you. I don't want to have an argument with people. You know what I mean? I don't like that. You feel me? Especially ladies. If you don't like what I'm saying, don't argue. Don't be rude. If you're gonna be confrontational, come from a place of healing. Because I don't really have time for all this back and forth stuff. For me. I see you. I see you, April. I see you, Tristan Draper. I know what's going on. All right. So let me play something for the fellas on this real quick. Today, I just want to drop this real quick. For the fellas in the room who want to come up and talk about this, we have the open panel to come up and talk about this because right now, today is a day for the fellas to heal and also for the women to learn. And I don't want to blame the black women for what we're going through, but I do feel like, you know, most of the stuff that we go to in regards to that word, can be nipped in the bud early if that person doesn't have a chemical imbalance. So what's going to happen is I'm going to read some stats from everybody so they can know. And when I read these stats, you're more than welcome to take notes. If not, it's cool. But we're also going to, just really have this real discussion. So in 2019 report released by the Congressional Black Caucus says that the death by suicide among Black youth is rising faster than any racial group. Suicide ranked as the third leading cause of death in Black men from ages 15 to 24, and Black men are 4 times more likely to die by suicide than Black women. Wow. Let's talk about this other facts. In 2019, suicide was the most second leading cause of death for, they said third, but this study, which is the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office of Minority Health, says in 2019, suicide was the most second leading cause of death for Blacks or African Americans ages 15 to 24. This is a fact. Shout out to the Glow Code. The death rate from suicide for Black and African American men was 4 times greater than for the African American woman in 2018. Another fact, the overall suicide rate for Black or African Americans was 60% lower than that of the non-Hispanic white population in 2018. Black females grades 9 to 12 were 60% more likely to attempt suicide in 2019 as compared to non-Hispanic whites females of the same age. Poverty levels affects mental health status. Black and African Americans living below the poverty level as compared to those over twice the poverty level are twice as likely to report serious psychological distress. With that being said, this is a couple of facts that we're reading today. And what I want to say to you is that suicide is a serious situation amongst Black men. Even the thought or the talk about that word. Shout out to little boy Lensky. What's going on? So Belensky, the captain of the ship. It's glad to see you. We didn't see you yesterday. We missed you. I'm glad you're here. But it's a serious conversation to have because we are losing our brothers. It's the second leading cause of death. Some studies say the third leading cause of death. We really have to tighten up, people. Despite those who have chemical imbalances or who have serious issues where they are compelled to take that fatal route, we have a lot of these people who are embracing this negative thing called suicide because of stress, sense of loneliness, anxiety, so many other issues that we as Black men, we don't deal with. I don't know who Chess Arcade is. If you could find a way to tell little boy Linsky who you are so we can put you up, we'll put you up. If not, you got to wait. Thank you very much. With that being said, we want to make sure I want to touch this topic with delicately and gracefully because I don't want to offend anybody. I just know that before I did this topic, I got to talk to a lot of black men and brothers that I know. And, you know, it's funny because every black man that I talk to about suicide and feeling depressed and feeling stressed and not feeling like they want to go on, they all said to me at some point in life they felt like that. However, they didn't do it. But they also felt to me they didn't have anybody to go to and talk to in regards to that. Shout out to Mr. O, Just Living. What's up, baby? They didn't have anybody to go and talk to in regards to how they felt inside, the loneliness they felt inside, the sense of depression that they felt inside. This is a hard topic for me to talk about because a lot of people think that because you're doing good, you have money, and you have ladies that you don't go through times where you feel alone or you feel depressed. And a lot of black men are going through this. We have a lot of pressures. And I'm going to be one to say it. We don't feel as supported by a black woman like we should. Mind you, I had a conversation with some of my brothers and they was like, well, black women go through more than we go through and they handle it. And you're right. But they were taught at a young age how to be vulnerable. They were taught at a young age how to express themselves emotionally. We as black men, particularly in low moderate income communities, are not taught that. Anytime we want to express ourselves, we say, you sound weak, or get your bitch ass up, or you a man up. Please, Mr. O, come up. We're going to talk about this. But I think that we want people to man up because this is a serious topic. We don't have outlets. It's just recently where therapy has become the new wave for black people. But we used to run to churches, to the mosques, to the synagogues to have our therapy. And that wasn't enough at times. Because you have the community. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Love Boy Lansky. And we are experiencing depression and loneliness at an all-time high. Just like Natalie said, a lot of black men don't want to share our feelings because we don't want to get ridiculed. We don't want to get chastised because we're supposed to be strong. We're not supposed to cry. We're not supposed to feel a certain way. We're supposed to figure it out. What they say, pity party. What they say, victim Olympics. And that's why yesterday, when I had the conversation with the two queens yesterday, I let them know that we don't get the grace that we need. And when we don't get that grace at an early age, it builds up. That's why when you have people like Annalisa say, y'all ain't worth nothing. Y'all ain't doing this. You can't do nothing. Y'all the poorest of the poor. Y'all the blah, 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 blah. Y'all the this and that. Y'all the this and that. How is it? Some people, I could handle it. What about the young black men that can't handle it? But they realize their options in life is not there because they can't make the money that the woman that they desire want them to make. You making that man feel alone, you making that man feel little. We run to y'all. We run to y'all. Honestly, black women are our first therapists. Your mother is your first therapist. Once again, I don't know who Chess. Did you clear with Loverboy Lenski? I see your face now. Thanks for coming up. But black women are first therapists. They are first therapists. To all the fellas in the chat right now, please let me know. Did you ever feel comfortable to express your feelings and show any signs of weakness when you're with your woman? Could you confide in her and let her know that, you know what, I don't feel mentally good or capable of handling life right now. We don't have that option. We don't have that option. Why don't we have that option? And this is for black men. This is not towards black women. We're not talking about black women and their suicide rate. We're talking about black men. Because that's the leading ethnic group rise in suicides in America. The stats is there. We need our black women to be a little bit more compassionate. You've been compassionate, you've been forgiving us, but there's abuse that comes with that. There's abuse that comes with that. Instead of telling a man, yo, you can't find a job, you ain't good for shit, you a weak, you a bitch ass, why don't you say what's going on? How can we help the situation out? It's sad. The terms of endearment for most black women or some black women is not positive words. You get on my nerve, you get me sick. Words are powerful. Affirmations are powerful. Do you pour into your men? Do you pour into the black man? And I'm not saying it's your responsibility or it's your fault that the suicide rates are going up. But I'm going to say with all the conviction in my heart, you could be the solution why the suicide rates decrease for black men. But you choose not to. You still want to live up to this white man capitalistic world and you want to get what you want and you don't care how that man feels. Just go and bring it home. Go get it. Some of y'all got single, raising children by yourself and you're trying to raise a husband instead of raise a son. So you want him to toughen up because you don't want him to be like the man that left you. You're not teaching young black men to be vulnerable or to be in touch with their emotions. That's why most of them are killing themselves by 15 to 24. What's going on? If I ask any man in chat right now, did they learn to be vulnerable from their mother? Were they encouraged to be vulnerable by their girlfriends or their sisters? They're going to say no. Some of them was probably taught that by their wives, but from their immediate mothers and sisters and cousins and the woman in their life, there was no tolerance for that man to be weak. You see what's going on, and I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to bring my brothers up. Shout out to the Nuke Frizzy. What's going on is, you ever notice why when we get in relationships and women always tease us because they say we can handle cheating, but as soon as you cheat on a man, they can't take it. They go crazy. You know why? Because not only are women emotionally stronger, right? But y'all been conditioned to handle emotional issues better than men from an early age. It's okay for women to cry. It's okay for women to go to their friends and seek comfort. We weren't taught that at a young age. We weren't taught that. And Sugar Bum, I love you, but you know, today's about the men. Today's about the men. We were not taught that. This is not a physical fight when you're dealing with suicide and depression. That's not a physical fight because men are physically stronger. This is an emotional, mental, and sometimes a spiritual fight. And we are men as a whole lack that. We were not trained or conditioned as a whole. You know, they have exceptions. I don't want anybody to get on stage like, well, there's some men that do that. No, as a whole, the majority. That's why the suicide rates are the highest amongst African American men. Shout out to Dante Henry. We need you up here. And you don't have to pick this struggle, Black woman. You don't have to help us. You don't have to be our therapist. But what we need you to do is not talk about us and talk down to us when we're going through so much pressures in life. Just go someplace else. We don't need any more negative energy. I've seen men change their life because a woman poured into them. Women have the power of words. They can use words to build and destroy. But you choose to destroy because you're sad, you're bitter, you're miserable. Oh, you're less of a man because you can't buy me this. Or, oh man, I'm going to find somebody else that could do this. And then when we realize, then go find somebody else, then we stupid. Shout out to Alonzo. What's good, baby? At the end of the day, Black women must use their power of the tongue to pour into men, especially during this time, because the suicide rate for Black men is at an all-time high. It is the second leading cause of death from ages 15 to 24. And I don't care if that Black man is part of the rainbow community, the straight community. I don't care what community. They're killing themselves because they feel alone. Do you know what it is to feel alone and depressed? To think you're worthless? To think that you don't have potential? To think that your future is none and void, not valuable, doesn't count? And then one person you look for who is the closest thing to God, your mother, she comes home and you want to tell her how you feel, and she says, I'm tired. Or you're just like your father. Get your shit together. We think it's cute. We think our community is cute, but we're hurting. We're hurting. And Black women, I need you to step up even more now. And when I say step up even more now, check for the mental health of these young Black men. It's not about who's suffering more, who is more depressed, oh, we're going through this. Listen. Once you take away the Black man from the Black family, you have a broken home. It's real simple. This life thing is called chess. If you know chess, then you know the queen is the most powerful piece on the chessboard. But the most important is the king. Once you lose the king, you lose the game. And you're losing the Black men to depression and suicide. But all you care about is how you feel. Give us some grace. I didn't say make excuses for us. I say be understanding. Be understanding, be compassionate, be nurturing, be who you are naturally. For those who don't want to hear, let me say it again. Life is a game of chess. The queen is the most powerful piece. She can move anywhere, do anything. But the king is the most important. If you lose the king, you lose the game. And what y'all thinking, because right now a lot of men are not stepping up to the plate and y'all assuming their duties, you think you're king. And you're sadly mistaken. We are not fulfilled unless we hold each other down. We are not conditioning our young men to handle emotional stress, anxiety at a young age, and that's why they're breaking down. Oh, you think putting them on a sports team on a weekend is going to teach them how to be a man? Or you think putting them on a football team, Pop Warner football team, is going to teach them integrity? Or you go there so the coaches could flirt with you? What y'all doing? What y'all doing? Or let me guess. Or you still mad at the father because your son looks just like the man that left you? What is it? It's not his fault that young boy is in or just came to this world. It's not his fault when you gave this young man a chance to be your partner and he's not moving as quick as you want him to. Yeah, Sugar Bum, the father probably left because the mother put him under stress and anxiety. I seen men. I was in prison. I heard men tell me, I'd rather be here because I'm back home. That lady's going to get on my nerve. I swear to you. They were more at peace in prison than in their own house. This is not a competition between us. I'm just trying to tell y'all the truth. We're losing this game called life because we got our roles fucked up. And we're not teaching people how to be more emotionally capable of handling life situations. This is not a game. And I don't want anybody coming up here telling me about their personal experience and whatever, because let me read it again. This is the facts. And by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Minority Health. In 2019, suicide was the second leading cause of death for Blacks and African Americans ages 15 to 24. Thank you, Brother Nunsi. I appreciate you, Brother Nunsi. There's people just like to argue. People just like to argue. I love Sugar Bum, but she just likes to argue. 2, the death rate from suicide for Black or African American men was 4 times greater than African American women in 2018. 4 times greater. So who's really going through a real situation right now? 4 times greater. In America alone, there's 132 suicides a day. A day. Well, I don't know what to say, Maya, and I respect you, but I'm saying facts. I'm saying facts. I've been reading stats the whole time, Maya. I've been reading stats. And whoever comes up here and wants to go against what I'm saying, please have stats to back it up. I'm not blaming women. I'm saying you have the solution to make us decrease the suicide rates for Black men. So today we're going to discuss what you can do to decrease it. Because you're our first therapist. We go to you for comfort. We go to you for peace. But if we're fighting the world and we come home, we're fighting you, what's going on? Shout out to Mr. Best in the World. What's up, family? Let's be real. Let's be real. There's trauma, and it's real amongst men. It really is. Oh, so you expect us, when we come to your life, you expect us to be healed. Well, Maya, we both are broken. Why are we still getting together? I'm not fighting anybody, Sugar Bum. I'm cool. I'm by myself. I'm healing. I'm not fighting anybody. I'm just letting you know the stat says we are killing ourselves 4 times faster than Black women in suicide. We're the leading group. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for Black men. I'm not fighting anybody. I'm giving you facts. You're fighting yourself. You're fighting yourself, and you're fighting the truth. You're fighting facts. You can't fight facts. It's like boxing with God. You can't fight facts. That's the facts. So when you're talking against facts, it shows ignorance. And no one said that, Nikki. No one said that the father doesn't factor in. We're saying who has more. Fathers don't teach sons how to check their emotions. What do you mean check your emotions? That word check is crazy. Check your, no, teach your son how to cry. Teach your son how to express his emotions, not check their emotions. Don't argue with them, Brother Nusi. They like to change the subject because they're not the topic today. 85% of us marry Black women, so what are they talking about? They're just talking, Brother Nusi. Let them talk. Because the fact is, they don't want to deal with the men that's going through the suicide. They don't want to deal with the men that's depressed. You don't know all these young men, Nikki. You don't know these. And see, look how they talk to us. All these young men are overly emotional until they kill themselves. That's how you talk to us. We weak. You're a girl. You overly emotional. You're this. You're that. You're this. You're that. That's not healing. That's not healing. I know men. I know men and women that say if a man kills himself, he's weak. Is that healing? Is that healing? We need to check our emotions. Why do we need to check our emotions? Shout out to Frida. What's up? What's going on? Why are we overly emotional? We're going to continue to lose Black men, young Black men, to suicide. Because you, the matriarchs of our community, our therapists, our nurturers, the closest thing to God, Black women, you are so mad at us. You degrade us so much instead of hearing us and trying to help us deal with our emotions. We can't handle emotional pain like you can. I never said they are therapists, Iran. Never in my life said that. I said they are our first therapists. They're not real therapists, but that's who we go to because just recently therapy has become a wave now, but that wasn't a wave. We would go to church. This is what happens when you need to jump into the conversation earlier. This is why I tell y'all to come on time. But I know y'all busy, y'all coming home from work, and y'all watching other channels. I appreciate y'all, but make sure you press replay because I don't want you to say something and that doesn't make sense. When I was a young kid and I felt sad, I didn't call a therapist. I didn't know what the fuck a therapist was. I ran to my mother. I ran to my mother. I don't care about both ways, Kim. We talk about black men today. Because we have a 4 times higher rate of suicide than black women. That's what we're talking about today. Let's stick to the topic. People always going left. I'm not talking about black women today. I'm talking about black men today. And the only time I want to hear about black women is how you're going to help us decrease the suicide rates. How can you teach us how to handle our emotions? What are certain things we can do? Nobody blame black women. This is what I don't get. Did you not read the topic? The topic was, how can black women decrease the suicide rates? How's that blame? And Journey, you're absolutely right. But as a young kid, we're not taught to go to a group of people and express our feelings. Women are. Women are. That's just a fact. Tony, that's how you feel, but I'm telling you, I was there. Thank you, Frizzy. They don't care. They don't care. But we still marry y'all, though. 80 to 85%. This is a fact. Tell me if I'm wrong. Listen, don't kill the messenger. Just look at the truth, Maya. I could say with candles lit, I could say with violence playing, it's not going to change the fact black men are dying because of suicide. And let me say something to everybody else that don't realize, y'all gotta stop. Don't define black women to me. If you got a drop of black blood in you, you're black to me. I don't care about that. You got to be 100% black. I don't care about none of that. Black is black. Black diaspora, we have black everything. That's who I deal with. I don't do this whole separation amongst my people. I don't do that. I don't think you more black than me and you less black than me because of your skin tone or because you speak Spanish or you speak French or you speak Chinese. I don't care about that. You black. There's Russian Jews, there's American Jews, there's this Jews, and guess what? At the end of the day, they're Jews. It's a sense of community. But y'all want to nitpick who's this, who's that, who's that. And while y'all nitpicking, young black men is dying. Number 1, homicide is number 1. We're talking about number 2, suicide. Sugar Plum, go be a detective and figure homicide, please. Go be a detective. Get a badge and be a detective. Because today is about black men. Today is about black men. Today is about the leading ethnic group that is suffering from suicide. Let's talk about that. I love everybody. that comes in my chat and says negative things when we're talking about a serious topic. But remember something, nobody could ever say I'm fake. You could Google me. Y'all people are talking about me from fake pages and fake names. So how can you be real? I don't even know how y'all look. I'm just trying to tell you the real. Today is about what Black women can do to help decrease. We're coming to you. We're not saying you to blame. But I know when a Black woman's in a Black man's life, they can make changes with the power of words. But if you don't want to be responsible for Black men, don't expect us to be responsible for you. Let me say that again. If you don't want to be responsible for Black men, don't expect Black men to be responsible for you, Black women. If you don't want to be emotionally responsible for us, then we're not going to be financially responsible for you. And it goes both ways. Black men, if you want her to be emotionally responsible for you, you got to be financially responsible for her. Period. Thank you, TBA. No one listens. They just react. They listen to argue. Let me play something for y'all. Black men, tell another Black man you love him today. He needs to hear it. Please. I love you, TBE. I love you, Frizzy. I love you, Quiz. I love you. I love you, Tristan. I love you. Who else? Who on here? I love you, Mr. O. Who else is on here? All the Black men in the chat, I love you. I love you. If they're not going to do it, we're going to do it for ourselves. If they're not going to do it, we're going to do it for ourselves. If it costs your mental health, it costs too much. Black men, listen to me and listen to me clear. Do not deal with anybody that costs you your mental health. If she's saying you have to pay this to be with her, fuck her. Forget about her. If you have to do certain things that don't align with your spirit to be with her or to do something or be a part of a situation, fuck the situation and fuck the person, man or woman. You hear me? It's not worth your mental health. None of these people are worth your mental health. Thank you, Dante. I love you too. Thank you, Chris. I love you too. TB, thank you. Thank you, Tristan. I love you too. I don't care what none of these ladies got to say. Because when I was starving, only 2 women brought me food. When I was feeling sick, no one took care of me. But when they down, I'm the one that, when it's time to pay bills, I have to pay it. I come and pay it. That's what I do. I don't want peace. We said love. We don't want peace. We want love. I don't care. We don't care about peace today. We want love. Thank you, Brother Nusi. I love you too. Black man, asking for help doesn't make you weak. Black man, asking for help does not make you weak. Black man, asking for help does not make you weak. No, Maya, I was addressing somebody. We said we want love. Why is it so hard for you to say you love us? I asked the black man. It's not about peace. We're not playing with semantics. I don't want to play with semantics today. I don't want to do that. We want love. Love encompasses all. We want love. Thank you, L. Nixon. We want love. If you're not going to say love, please don't say nothing at all. Black man, asking for help doesn't make you weak. If you feel down and you're looking for help, go. Find somebody that's willing to help you. I'm not saying be dependent on it. I'm not saying be a slave to that help. I'm saying go and look for someone who has an ear to listen, the time to listen to you. Ask for help. Don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed to say you don't got it. Don't be ashamed to say I'm not myself today. Don't do that. Please. Please don't do that. Please ask for help. If you don't know how to do something, ask for help. If you don't know how to love a woman, ask for help. If you don't know how to take care of your children, because you've never been taught how to take care of children because you didn't have a father or a mother, ask for help. Don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed. People talk about, it's crazy how Holly's talking about going look for a therapist like everybody else, but if the leading cause for African Americans from killing each other by suicide, killing themselves by suicide, is from 15 to 24. I don't know anybody here that had a therapist at 15 years old. I don't know anybody. So people, like I said, people just like to talk with fake pages and avatars. They like to talk. Thank you, Savage.com Entertainment. I appreciate you. Once again, don't mind Holly. She comes late. And when you come late, you talk ignorant because you don't have full context. So we forgive you. But once again, it's a serious topic. So mind yourself. Black men asking for help doesn't make you weak. Once again, does not make you weak. It actually makes you strong. When you can take the courage to go and ask somebody a question that can probably save your life because you don't know how to process feelings. Black man, it's okay to give yourself a break. It's okay to give yourself a break, black men. I did. I said, I ain't doing these shows every day. I'm doing it Monday to Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm going to chill. I just did Thursday because I felt guilty for not giving you Monday and Tuesday. But I give myself breaks. 4 days. I don't care if my viewership is going down. I don't care about none of that. I need my break. I need my break. I need my break. Give yourself a break. We can't be working every day, all day for women and for people that don't appreciate us. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. How are you doing today, Natalie? Normalize that. How are you doing? You want us to be constantly going. Let's get a break. Give yourself a break because the world won't. You have to unplug sometimes, but not permanently. Black men, it's okay to feel lost. You don't have to have everything figured out. It is okay to be lost. You could be 30 years old, 40 years old, 50 years old, and you might not know your purpose. It doesn't matter. You're not less than somebody because you don't know your purpose. Don't let none of these ladies fool you. None of them. They don't even know what they want to do. And they tell you you're not a man because you don't have this. Where's your Ralph IRA? Or where's your house? Or where's this? Where's your dental? What about you? It's good to help build us up, but don't make us feel bad because we don't have it. What you can do is encourage us to go and get it. Black man, don't ever in your life feel like you less than to a woman because you don't make as much or because you're not where you need to be to get that woman. Then don't focus on that woman. Focus on yourself. Stop focusing on women that you want, but they you can't get them. Focus on you. Focus on you. No one has the answers. Everybody at some point in life felt lost. They don't know what they're going to do. You know that. What you thought you were going to be in your teens, you're not when you were in your 20s. What you thought you were going to be in your 20s, is different from your 30s. What you thought you were going to be in your 30s, you at your 40s trying to figure what the fuck. If you told me I would have been in prison in my teens and my 20s, I'm like, you're bugging. If you told me I would have been living good like this in my 40s, you're bugging. If you told me I would have seen the world before I became 35, I would say you're bugging. You don't have to have everything figured out. Just know that you're valuable, black man. Know that you're valuable. To all the young black boys, know that you are valuable. Please know that you are valuable, black men. Because we're killing each other at a 4 times higher rate than our women counterparts. Because we don't appreciate ourselves. We don't know who to go to vent, to express our emotions. Black man, no amount of success will make you happy if you aren't at peace with who you are first. Black man, no amount of success will make you happy if you aren't at peace with who you are first. Dante, don't argue with people. It's about us today. Don't mind them. Let them talk. Let them bark. They got no bite. You can have all the money in the world. You can have all the houses, all the ladies in the world, all the beautiful children in the world. But if you're not at peace with who you are, you will never, 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 never feel like you have support. You see, what happens is you feel a sense of anxiety, stress, then you feel alone. And when you feel alone, that's when depression comes in. And you feel like no one can help you, no one understands you, and it's not worth being on this earth. And then you do the most fatal thing you can do because you feel like no one's going to miss you, no one needs you, or no one wants you to be here. And so when you have people coming on this stage of my channel talking about black men are the worst group in the world, they poor, and I have to show the stats. That means they're going to have psychological issues because they live in poverty. So they're most likely to kill themselves. So with that being said, please, black women, we are not as emotionally strong as you think we are, or we're definitely not emotionally strong as you. So stop putting this pressure on us. Black men, do not beat yourself up. Do not beat yourself up. The world does a good job by itself. Black women do a great job by themselves. I sound like somebody, right? It's all cool when someone's talking about black men like this, but when I start saying y'all beat on us, y'all do stuff like us, it doesn't sound good, right? But when Annalisa comes up here and start talking, like y'all start cheering her on. When other ladies come in and start talking like they start cheering them on, not realizing there could be a black man hearing that and want to kill themselves. Oh, but y'all don't care about that, right? Oh, because your face is not on this. Your avatar is on this, right? Your fake emails on this. So they won't know the toxic and the poison that you're putting out here, because you don't know what's going to happen to that black man when he hears your message. Just like Maya saying, oh, it's the way you saying it. What about check people when they saying things about black men, the way they saying it? Check them. I didn't say you cheer her on, Maya, but you need to check them. Black man, you don't have to suffer in silence anymore. We don't have to suffer in silence anymore. See, I didn't wait for black women. My fellow brothers, I didn't wait for the black women to give us ways to decrease suicide rates, how to cope with emotions. But they've been complaining the whole time about, what are you talking about? What are you saying, King? I made my own thing. I took it from the internet and just reposted it. I'm trying to give tips. So while they arguing about who suffers more or what's really going on or what's the cause, I'm giving solutions. I don't have time to be cuddling, like playing with y'all today. I really don't. People are dying. Black man, you don't have to suffer in silence anymore. Speak up. Whether they want to hear you or not, speak up, because I want to hear you. Because I want to hear you. Speak up. Speak up. Black men, please do not turn. That's why Farida, that's why I don't argue with them, because they come on my page and say, oh, you're the only person that protects black, you're the only one that protect women. You always protect women. As soon as I say one little thing, y'all do the same thing Shorty did yesterday. I always big her up, mother this, mother that. As soon as she said one thing, I checked her, she gets mad. It happens to everybody on this show. I big them up. As soon as I check them one time, they hate me. I big up women all the time. But as soon as I check y'all one time about one thing, y'all got a problem with me. I love you, April. Black man, please don't internalize your feelings. They demonize me because I talk about this one time. I want to dedicate this to men. Corny, so corny. Black men, please do not internalize your feelings. Let it be known. That's why you think I look so young and salute whatever I do, because at the end of the day, I always tell people how I feel. I'm not holding that in. I'm not going to get a heart attack because of you. Solution starts with the person that you look in the mirror at that's you. Mirror at that's you. Is YouTube saying black men mental health? I don't know what YouTube is doing, but I know when I'm young and a little boy goes to their mother to express feelings, and I hope you are not saying to that kid, man up. I hope you are checking on the mental health of your kid every day. I agree, Monique. I hope you are reaching out to your kid every day before they go to school, letting them know how amazing and beautiful they are. I tell my ladies how beautiful they are every time. And guess what? Some don't. I shout out to Terry. I tell her how beautiful she is every morning. But to be honest with you, she calls me handsome more than any woman I know every morning. Every morning pours into me. Every morning. And she's not even there physically with me, but text me, you are handsome, you're great. That's what Terry does. And the black woman I talk to, I pour into her every morning. And it's hard for her to give me a compliment. I'm not doing that. I need to feel valued. Because I'm not gonna hold my feelings. I'm gonna let you know I don't feel valued. I'm gonna make an exit plan. If I don't feel like you poured into me. Everybody got trauma, everybody got to deal with trauma. Guess what? Guess what? Your trauma won't allow me to sleep with you when I want to sleep with you. Your trauma won't allow me to take you where I want to take you because you don't feel sexy today. But my trauma doesn't affect the fact that the bills got to be paid. And you don't give a fuck what I went to if I got molested or got raped. Or I don't care about that grape shit. But fuck. If I got raped, you don't care about that. You don't care if I got abused, I got emotionally abused, mentally abused. You got to pay rent if you fucking with me. Because I'm paying rent. Thank you, Tavana. I appreciate you. Thank you. Now, you see, thank you. Thank you. I need to stop paying, man. King, you definitely big up woman. You definitely big up. Let me see what he said. You definitely big up woman, black women on your platform and treat them with the utmost respect. The same courtesy is not afforded to them on other platforms. They know that. They get dogged on other platforms, but they want to come here and act like I'm a bad guy. They want to come here like I'm a bad guy. Y'all get dogged. It's okay. It's okay. I'll be gone anyway. Y'all get dogged. I seen it yesterday with my own eyes. The same person that talks crazy to me gets dogged. Got dogged over there, but came to me and dogging me. But I understand something. I overstand something. The abused becomes the abuser. So because you've been abused over there, you're gonna come and abuse me. Do you know why I stood by Darrell the whole time, even though he was talking about people's wives and mothers, and I didn't agree with that? Because nobody stood by him when he was getting abused by a woman. What if Darrell said, I'm not gonna fight back, and I'm not gonna speak on my issues, I'm just gonna clap myself? What if Darrell said that? Thank you, Aisha Smith. We appreciate you. What if Darrell said that? Huh? What if he said that? What if he did that? You want to focus on men that don't care about you because they seem strong. But every issue that you're going through with a man is because they had something that happened to them when they was younger, or they watched behaviors that weren't conducive to progressive attitudes or conducive to healthy relationships. Y'all don't get it. Black men are suffering out here. Y'all think it's a game. Let me run through this again. Real quick for everybody. Let me run through this again. Black men, tell another black man you love him today. He needs to hear it. Please. Thank you. If it costs you your mental health, it costs you too much. Thank you. Black men, asking for help doesn't make you weak. Thank you. Black man, it's okay to give yourself a break. Thank you. Black man, it's okay to feel lost. You don't have to have everything figured out. Black men, no matter the amount of success you will make you happy if you aren't at peace with yourself. First, black men, don't beat yourself up. Black men, you don't have to suffer in silence anymore. And black men, please do not internalize your feelings. Y'all more than welcome to come up here to the black men that suffers from this. And we're going to really have a heart-to-heart talk. And we're going to, and if the woman, if y'all want to come up, please come up and teach us how to, instead of criticizing us and saying you're going through more than us, teach us how to internalize our emotions. Teach us how to express our emotions more. So teach us how to find the right time or the right space to approach you and let you know that we need help. You heard what Darrell said? You heard what Darrell said? Let me tell you something. I want to bring you up. Truth is never a fault. I'm going to bring you up. If a black man don't, I was watching Darrell's page one time, and he said something. It was recent. He put on his IG story. He said, "Money over everything, even money over family, because no one looks at you like no one looks at you as a human if you don't have money." When I got on this YouTube page, I was like, I don't care about nothing about getting monetized, because my mentality since a little kid, even with my own family, if you don't have something, they don't respect you. When a woman doesn't have anything, most men are like, yo, I want to build her up. When a man don't have anything, a black man don't have anything in his community, women say he's a bum ass dude. He ain't shit. I seen grown women curse their little sons out who's going to more. I'll be like, you don't got no money. You ain't smart. Where's your money? So his intelligence based on him having money. I know teachers that don't make more than street dudes. I know politicians that don't make more than street dudes. Money doesn't equate to intelligence. But we ain't worth shit because we can't provide. Okay, I get it. Cool. But do you have to put us down? Then don't deal with us. Don't deal with us. If you can't build us up, don't deal with us. Stop saying we're in the poorest group in the world. Stop. Don't even talk about us. Go and find you somebody that you could build with and build them up. Say words of encouragement. But don't use these words to put us down, because you might tell the wrong person that they might kill themselves, but you don't care. You don't care. Not one person in this YouTube world could say I ever came at them if they didn't come at me first. I don't initiate anything because I don't know what someone's going through mentally. I've been a protector. I don't care if you're a man. I've been a protector. But I'm seeing that what happens is no one's here to protect the black man. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to step up. Because there's good black men out there that get dogged out. The second leading cause of death amongst African Americans from 15 to 24 is suicide. These little boys are not even becoming men yet. And y'all dogging them out. I already read the stats to her. Why are you even trying to explain to her, Darrell? I read the stats to her. It's a fact. It's the second leading cause of death. She's going to tell us homicide is the first. Who gives a flying fuck? What's up, Truth is Never Favored? What's going on, brother?
Good evening, my brother. My brother, how you doing?
I'm doing great, but I don't know what's going on because I like when you come on because you stick to the script. The title of this show is, correct me if I'm wrong, how can black women help decrease the suicide rates within black men? Why do they always want to change it into we black women, y'all don't encourage us? That's not the title. And because I knew they was going to do that, I came with solutions. I came with solutions. And I was hoping that they would add on to the solutions. And that, it's not all the women here, because some of the women in here are amazing. Shout out to Aisha Smith, shout out to Tavana, shout out to April Carter, shout out to Mickey. They're amazing. Shout out to Monique, Terry, but they playing.
I see you tapping into your inner truth today.
Right, because they're not sticking to the topic.
You on my time now. See, remember
they going left. They going left. We both need therapy. We're not talking about that.
Remember
the group in America that has the leading cases of suicides, right? We're talking about the group that has 4 times as much suicides as counterparts. We're talking about black men.
See, do you remember 3 weeks ago? I don't know if you remember 3 weeks ago, or probably more like a month ago. I told you, and you kind of was a little sided about this. I said the only thing that the world value as far as with a black man is his pockets. And we are the only thing that does not get unconditional love, brother. This is not a lie. This is
hold the fuck on. Say that last sentence. We the only group of people that don't get what?
Unconditional love.
Unconditional love. And the thing I asked them today, I said, can you brothers, I told everybody to say, I love you. They said, we love you back. And only a few women say, I love you to us. People were saying peace. I said, I didn't ask for peace. I asked for love.
See? Because people really don't, people really don't, they don't know how to get out of their own way, bro. We are so selfish. And all we can think about is what we're going through.
Thank you, Frizzy.
We don't take the time out to actually get to know other people, to actually see that the stuff that you complain about bills. People are going through real life stuff. People are going through health problems.
What?
People are going through deaths.
What?
People are going through where they don't have their mother and father to fall back on and things like that. You know, where they really are picking, like it's hard. It's really hard where they have absolutely no safety blanket to fall back on. It's people in here, they come on here laughing and joking, and next thing you know, as soon as they get off here with you, they on the floor crying. And they don't care. That's why I be so emphatic about saying y'all don't know each other, because when y'all try to act like, and I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about them, when they try to act like they care so much, they wouldn't care if you got off of here and you really crying, bro. They don't take the time out like that. And plus and the thing about the women is they're so focused on themselves that they don't understand. Like, we go out the door looking over our shoulders. We got to worry about. Now, I'm not all into this race thing, but this is the truth. We got to worry about cops. We got to worry about other people. We got to worry about just our daily living. Because like you said, we don't get the blanket. If we don't have no money, we broke and worthless. If a woman
no grace.
Yeah. If a woman don't have no money, she can still get things that she wants. And the world has occupied that as well. They don't understand how hard it is to be a man. We don't get that concession.
Truth, can I ask you a question? Because you're going to give me the straight up answer.
Oh yeah, let's go.
I've been hearing a lot of people. I've been hearing a lot of people say, hold on, press mute, please, brother. I've been hearing a lot of people say, How can we help you heal if we're not healed ourselves? What is your response to that, to the Black woman?
Okay, so that is true. All right, so now, because I don't advocate for people to get involved when a whole bunch of people.
Look at this, Darrell. I mean, finish what you're saying, but I want your answer to repeat what Darrell said, but finish what you're saying. I'm sorry. No, go ahead. But I want you.
I'm reading what he said. That's why where I'm from, Black men rather risk their lives in the streets, working a job won't ever be enough for a Black woman. That's why I tell young men hustle by any means. Exactly. Perfect. And that's why I tell people, where people say, oh, I did this to get a woman, I dressed like this to get a woman. I have never dressed up, got the money, drive the car that I got, live in the house that I live in, done anything that for a woman, because I knew at the end of the day, majority of them don't give a F. They don't. Show me one woman that has came up here and told you, okay, plain and simple, not what they want, what they have that they're going to give to a man. Show me a video where they said, I have this that I'm going to give to a man. Ain't no give out here, bro. They're not givers. They're looking for something that they can take. These are not nurturers. These are not lovers. They're just not. These are the new breed. And it's sad because now, and then they wonder why men have became even harder, and like they're not trying to get married, or a lot of men are done, because the one thing we're not used to, see, we don't operate off emotions. You feel what I'm saying? So when we get hurt, it hurts bad. We're not used to that. Women are used to emotions changing. So when they get hurt and everything like that, they're used to emotions switching and up. They're used to changing and stuff like that. When we get hurt, like if we feel disrespected or betrayed, it's like we died. Especially for me, when you betray me because of how I am, I'm so loving, loyal, and committed to the people that I'm involved with. And that's why I take respect as high. And I ask people, please don't disrespect me, because I'm not going to disrespect you first. Right. I have never done it. And it's not going to happen. I'm not going to come out my way and disrespect you.
Right.
So it's just not in me to do it. Right. So when you cross me like that, that's why I'm so volatile against it.
And let me say something. Let me say something to you. They could talk bad to us, and we got to be gentlemen and take it. But if we talk bad to them, it's abusive. Why can't it be both ways? You notice that? They could talk crazy to me, but as soon as I snap on them, it's wrong. You're harsh. You're a man. No, we're humans. You need to talk gentle to me like I'm talking gentle to you. Why is it that? Why is it like that? Because you're a man. And and snapping back at me is feminine. No, because if he internalizes it, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt his health, literally.
Oh yeah, no, and you're right about that.
Stress is a killer, right? You know, stress kills, right?
Oh yes, it's the number one leading killer. It's it's the actual cause of cancer. It's the actual cause of cancer. It's
please.
It's the actual cause of cancer. If you look it up, stress is which cause the cells to become abnormal. It's the stressing of the actual cell itself. That's what it is.
Yo, Chris, you've been on the road these past 2 days, Chris.
So,
you speak up.
Yeah, when look, bro, anytime, as long as you, for the longest, your persona has been, black women. You have up-leveled them more than anybody else.
But I don't talk to them. I don't date them. I do a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
You have done on this platform. You've done it. Even I've lower it a little bit, but you have held them high, esteem high, put them on basically the same level of a man and everything. So, but this is the reason. The moment you come and say anything that is remotely, they hear anything remotely against them because you have fed them this for so long, their teeth is rotten. You have spoiled the women in here, man. You spoil them.
I'm spoiling them, and that's why I'm trying to tell you. It's funny because someone just said, well, let's come up with solutions. So what did I do the past 40 minutes? Didn't I give our solutions? Did you not do that?
Yeah.
Why don't I add that? What do you mean solutions? I've been given solutions.
They don't care. They don't care about that because now you're putting it, you're highlighting them, and now they got to do some work. Nobody doesn't want, people don't want to have to extend themselves, but beyond their effort. They don't want to have to actually give themselves over. Like people are so selfish, bro, and it hurts me. It really does. That's why, same thing when people was talking about Darrell and everything like that, and they was like, yo, Truth, you're a man of God and everything, and you hear what he's saying, but you agree with him and everything. I was like, look, no, I don't agree with what he does.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing I can relate on him is his love and his passion for his child.
Right.
I said, I have an affinity for children. I love them. Like, that's my thing. I especially love my children, but I love children in general. I believe they're the closest thing you're going to get to God, and they are our future. So to see how he actually took on that role, woo, man, that was here, man. Like,
once again, Darrell is supposed to take abuse from women, but he's not supposed to give it back if he feels disrespected, because it makes him less of a man. So how does he vent his emotions then?
No, he's supposed to. See, and that's the thing. They say the same thing about me, man. I have constantly defended women, but as soon as you try to explain, like, look, I'm going to put you in your place when you're wrong. I'm going to let you know you're wrong, and you're not going to disrespect me. As soon as you confront them as a man, oh, now they whoa, because they're not even used to. First of all, they're not used to being around real men, bro. Most of them didn't grow up with their fathers. And these gumps and everything that they have sex with, they're not men. So they don't even know how a man speaks, his cadence, his mannerism, anything. So anytime you speak with a certain bravado or assertion, they take that automatically as negativity.
Mm.
And because you tell them, look, I'm not going to tolerate you disrespecting me, because the women in my daily life don't even talk to me like that. They know better. Not because I'm going to hit them. They have that type of reverence for me. I'm not going to accept that from you, somebody I don't know. So he has a right to put them in their place and let them know. And that's the thing. If you don't want to be called a B word, bro, don't act like one. Separate yourself from like that. Carry yourself as a lady. The greatest woman I knew was my grandmother. And not because she's my blood, it's because of how she carried herself and how her standard of what a lady and a woman was. She carried herself like that. She even said, like, look, if they act like a B, that's what they are. Yeah. This came from a woman. She said a woman will never confront you as if they're on the same level as a man. They will never put their hands on you. They would never talk to you a certain way. They don't do these things. And I understand it because of the women in my life. They don't talk to me like that. They actually sit and listen. And
hold on. You say they listen.
Yeah. They actually sit and listen.
What was the first thing that we said on the stream? We said, with the first thing, let's be honest, and nobody said I give solution, right? It says black men tell another black man you love them. I said love. It costs you your mental health. It costs too much, right? Black men ask for help. It doesn't make you weak. Let's stop there. Everything I was talking about was dealing with what the solutions I had. Didn't I ask everybody to say say love? Tell another black man you love them? He just said the other L word, which is listen.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all really listen to us? Or y'all listen to argue?
Here to respond. That's what they do. HR. They hear you so they can tell you.
Stop speaking for everybody. Stop saying we. Say you have been doing the work.
Correct.
Say you have been doing the work.
Correct.
And I said today, we haven't been doing the work, so we're asking you, what are certain things we can do, because you haven't given a solution yet. So that's a solution. All these girls that complain, give a solution.
But this is the thing. The topic is this. It's amazing how they turn a topic about men onto themselves.
This is crazy.
What
You had me today. Tomorrow topic is gonna be crazy, and I'm not red pill. From now on, I'm crimson and burgundy pill because this is ridiculous.
we talking about?
We're deeper red for me.
We talking about
I'm liking this.
Our plight, the things that we're going through. That is actual black men out here trying their best and actually think about suicide. I've thought about it. I could be
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all, ladies.
Yeah.
The confident, the most well-to-do men, they go through times of loneliness and depression.
Yeah.
We all thought about it. We all thought about it. We thought about it. We didn't act on it, but we thought about it. Talk about it, please. That's just serious. Thank you for being vulnerable. Thank you.
That's why I came up here, because this subject, that's why I typed it in. I said, "Oh, you getting real today?" Yeah, man. It was at a time where, I was in my valley.
And you're what?
In my valley. A valley. I was at a low point in my life.
Valley. Okay.
Yeah. And I really could not see a way out. I really couldn't see a way out, and I was just hurting. And the things that I was doing that people looked on the outside, they thought I was enjoying my life because they just saw the physical things that you have. That's all they could see. You're doing this, you're traveling, you're doing this. You're laughing. I was crying inside, bro, hurting. Like, we're talking about immense spiritual pain that you can't get out. You can't scratch it.
Wait, Truth, wait. Wake the fuck up. I said this to y'all. A man can have all the money in the world, and he still could be feeling it inside. I've been said this to y'all. And stop saying people seek help. You got to be conditioned and feel comfortable to seek help. And if you ever did the work, you know that when you go to therapy, it's like finding a partner. Not every therapist is for you. You got to keep on looking for the right one. So don't talk about you just go to one therapist and it's over. This man is confident. Look at the work he did. And he's telling you he even thought about it.
Yeah. And just look at the nonchalant answer. Go find help. Like, it's just that damn simple. Like that is so that's love.
Ignorant. That's ignorant.
That's love. Go find help. That like
you know what 15-year-old, 16-year-old kid gonna do? A young black man. You know what he's gonna do? I'm not gonna find help. I'm gonna fix the problem right now, since you don't want to listen.
Yeah. And that's the thing. And no, I'm not an advocate. Like, again, I'm not an advocate of self-delete and everything. And it's the worst thing. Again, you already know what I believe in. So that was the main thing that I already knew. If I did that, I knew where I was headed. So that was number one. Number two, I had my children.
Right.
I knew that for me, my relationship with my children are so deep that I understand them for the individuals they are. Where I was growing up, and even to this day, you can see across YouTube, people really don't understand me. They really can't pin me down and put me in a certain box.
Right.
So that's how it's been my whole entire life. And my children fall in that same plateau. It's hard for people to understand who they are, the way they think, their mindset, how they move and handle. I understand.
You felt alone, felt alienated.
Yes, I felt alone for so long. The first time I felt it was only a couple times in my life that I actually felt loved. It's only 3 people in my life right now that I actually feel unconditional love from. That's my two children and my brother. I actually, because I know what love looks like. I actually look in their eyes every day, and they love me just for who I am. Not because of what I have. I could be stripped down naked, and they just love me. They look at me like I'm gold. My children look at me like I'm something. I know I'm nothing, but they look at me like I'm something. My brother still looks up to me to this day, and he's old and reverence in his own manhood. and he still look up to me to this day. Comes to me for sound counsel and everything like that.
Mm.
And the love and adulation and respect that he has for me.
Mm.
Those things is the only thing that's feeding me.
Right.
And things like that. And then I recognize, of course, the love once I got to know God, the actual love of God. But before that,
right.
the love I didn't even have that love in my own household with my mom.
Right.
With my actual mother.
He says self-deleting. Thank you for posting the article, Darrell. Truth, I don't want to cut you off. I want to give everybody a chance to give. This is a platform where the black men are gonna let out what they've been feeling about self-deletion, and this is a platform for the black woman to help us, teach us how to express ourselves emotionally in a way where we don't have to go through this route of self-deletion.
So that's the part I was trying to get. I just wanted to share that part about what the solution that a woman can have. Mm-hmm. All she got to do, I mean, it's not an easy thing. You really have to have this in you, and every woman don't have that. Every woman don't have the gift to speak life into a man. They don't. They don't. They have no clue what that is. But if you have been raised that way, where you have been loved and nurtured through your household as a child, and I'm talking to the women, you have that in you. All you got to be there, it's just as simple. Take the man, lay his head on your lap and rub his head, just like his grandmother used to do, just like his mother, and talk to him. And let him know that he is somebody. Let him know that he is something and he can conquer all things. Speak life into him. These are the things that I do for my children because I didn't have that. I send them these letters through text message. I call them through video chat and let them know in the morning before school that they are conquerors, that they are great, that they can achieve all things, and there's nobody like them. I let my daughter know she's the most beautiful thing. I let my son know that he's a champion in all things, and he's going to supersede me in every way. I speak these affirmations in them so they can be confident, not arrogant, but confident and ready to tackle the day. I didn't have nobody talking to me like that. So these are the things that women can do, man.
Okay, thank you, Truth. Darrell,
what's good?
What's good,
can
brother?
Y'all hear me well, man?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, because everything you were saying was facts, man. And everything I went through recently, let me just say this: had a woman went through what I went through, black women would have supported her no matter what. And when everything happened, I remember there was this woman named Donda Kelly. She put out an article saying that she needed help. I think she asked for like $2,000. She ended up getting $250,000 in donations. Turned out the kids wasn't even hers. For me to be in a situation where I was physically attacked twice, right? Not just me, but my daughter twice. And just like the first time, what did I do? I get online. I'm posting police reports. I'm posting complaints, all kinds of shit. Nobody gives a fuck. You feel me? The fact that I was in my house, all my studio equipment, all my equipment I use for work, destroyed. You feel me? Completely had to just move and get a whole new spot. And when I was even asking people for help, hey, I might need help, I might need this, I might need that, people were looking at me like I'm some weak ass nigga or something. So what I found out was, when it comes to black men being in these situations, no matter if we got custody of the kids or not, my daughter in the room still right here with me. Nobody gave a fuck. But I guarantee if I was a woman and I came on this show, I was like, I've been abused twice. Let me show y'all proof. Help me. Motherfuckers would be sending cash ass. Motherfuckers would be calling the police. Motherfuckers would be doing all kinds of shit. And I've seen it, dog. When it comes to black men, I was basically told to deal with this shit on my own. Super dead ass. Deal with it on your own. And I hadn't even gotten to the emotional pain, the mental stress, the trauma. Like we was talking about trauma and stress, that kills people. So to get to the main solution, if black women want to really support black men, support us in the ways that y'all support black women when we're going through the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Because that was something that, even though I would never turn my back on black women, that was something that made me think about it. That was something that made me say, you know what? The same black women that I would go to war for and protect, nobody asked me shit. And just to make it, because y'all know me from YouTube, just to put this into perspective, more people talk to me about Anton and Anton's wife and my perspective about his wife than they did what I was going through with my actual child.
Wow.
More people called me and emailed me and sent DMs about Anton and his wife and Guapo than they did about my daughter who's only 1 year old. So this is why when I see women online talking about, well, black men are doing this, black men are doing that, like I told Jen and Tawana recently when I was on that page talking to them about that. And this energy not just for them two. This is just for anybody who fits the bill. Y'all focus more on the men who ain't shit, and y'all support them ain't shit. Black women was the ones going to R. Kelly concerts when Computer Love. Cause I did a reaction with you in the recently, King, when Computer Love playing "Let Me Suck Them Titties, Baby."
Right.
Black women are the one that support the predators like that. You get what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, man, I got nothing against black women. You know, I love black women, but what y'all talking about is real because the self-deletion thing is real. For me, I go the opposite way. I don't want to self-delete, but can I be can I become a violent person in my community? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying?
Darrell, hold on. Let me ask you a question. I'm glad you brought that up. As confident as you are, did you ever at one point during the whole ordeal feel alone?
Man, hell, fuck yeah. I felt alone the whole time. You feel me? I mean, I got family, but my family got their own stuff that they dealing with too. So, but compared to the people that I was talking to every single day, people calling me, people hit me up after that shit happened. Yeah, bro. To answer your question, absolutely. Did I feel alone? Absolutely. Just me smoking, taking care of my baby, same old, same old.
Right. Okay. A question too. A lot of times when you see these communities with the young men getting violent and lashing out, I think Darrell just showed you there's two options for black men: self-deletion or destructive behavior. And if you see Darrell, he went off. He said basically the child that didn't feel warmth from the community is going to burn down the village for that warmth that he was looking for.
This is facts, man.
And then other children are going to self-delete themselves. So you're not getting it, ladies. We're not saying you're the problem. We're saying that you're the first people we come to when we have a problem. So we're asking you, can you teach us what to do, how to express ourselves? But you're taking it the wrong way. And this is what happens to our community.
I would never say
bro.
for
You
them to
know,
teach.
I'm gonna say this too before I let Truth speak. For me, it would have been easier, even now, as I'm having these conversations, easier for me to tap in with the people that they say we shouldn't tap in with and get out here and put some white girl in the streets and make money back than ask my people for help because they just not gonna see me like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm being as genuine as possible. It's easier, it's literally easier for me to go out there and make that happen than to go to the people and say, hey, because everybody know my story, literally. Hey, this happened with me, my baby. I need some help. This is how you can help me. Nope. We want to talk about Anton. All right. Fuck it.
Mr. O. Mr. O.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I wanted to say that I wanted to co-sign what Daryl was saying about the protection. Just as the black women expect us in our culture and this in society to protect the women, the black women. This is the first time black men have been able to speak on it and say that we also want to be protected.
Yes.
I have a avatar where it's a picture of a woman with she has a needle and thread lying as a man lies next to her. She's sewing his heart back together with the wounds in it, and there's so many low levels of threats that we defend the women on and in our lives, and to go out and to produce the way that we do, we endure a lot, and it breaks us. You know, in my personal relationship, which is why I relate to this story, when I was with the mother of my kids, I would receive a lot of admiration from random women who would meet me, don't know me, but maybe flirty, whatever, and tell me how great of a man they thought I was. But we want it from the one that we need it from, and we're not getting that, So although another woman would tell me I was a good father based on the actions that she saw, me not hearing that from the woman that I actually had kids with
Mm.
really affected me, that affected me more than I don't care if 1,000 women told me they loved what I was doing. If she wasn't recognizing me for the man that I was, it was doing something to me. And this self-deletion thing, it's like a lack of information. When we feel that we aren't adulting or manning or progressing in the way that the world tells us we should, we seek understanding or someone to accept us or someone to recognize us, and we don't get that, and it causes us to feel like, why am I here? um there was a time in my life when my relationship ended and I just didn't understand why I was not having success at the next part of my life into becoming a man, and I wanted validation from the women around me. um and I didn't get that. um So it caused me to want to feel like, I don't want to say this. They say if you don't want to be here, you're not going to be here.
Mm.
So this almost thing that we wrestle with, it's really just a cry for someone to recognize us. Had I not been staying with my best friend that just moved to Houston, and he stayed with me for a while, had he not been in that home, um, I don't know where I'd be today. He had to call the VA, and we went down and talked to someone, and I volunteered to stay there for 3 days. And that was a decision. Once I made it, I could not unmake it. But for the first couple of days, they wanted to evaluate me and just look at me like a psychiatrist would. It wasn't until I talked to an actual psychologist um, that made me realize what I was going through was normal. This is one of the natural progressions of life. I just didn't have the things around me necessary for me to have a sustainable and I guess level mind. There are things that you need to have in your life, a part of your everyday life, that balance you out. The people around you affect who you are. The words that are coming from the people that you're spending time with on a regular basis, that matters. Not having a recreation matters. Not having some type of grounding spirituality. I don't care who you pray to, but you need to have some type of foundation. You definitely need to get sunlight and stop burying yourself in dark rooms when we don't know what's going on, because that doesn't help us.
Right.
You need sunlight.
Right.
It's very important and imperative to your mental health, man. So like there are a lot of key things that we're missing just on information that makes us feel like we don't belong or abnormal, when all we need to be told is, hey, you're normal. Somebody else has been through what you've been through, and there's actually a solution for this. You just don't know, and you don't know what you don't know.
You don't know what you don't know.
But men definitely need affirmation on how they're manning through life, especially when they have, a lot of us don't really have a measurement, a guide point, nothing to measure that against. We just all kind of figuring this thing out. I was real young, but I've been through a lot of things at a very young age. And you just need to know that this is just preparing you for something greater that you're going to have to manage later. There's a lesson to be learned from all these experiences that we've all gone through, and we're not alone, man. It may felt like we was. I heard you ask that to Daryl. Did you feel alone? Like, I definitely felt like I was one of one. Nobody around. Nobody saw me.
Mm.
You know, for
Before
sure,
the
I
next
felt
person
like
go,
that.
King, I'm
Hold on, hold on. You
gonna
didn't finish. Hold on. Say again. Let's go.
Yeah, I definitely felt alone, man. So it's real. It's personal for me. And women, we want our women to protect us, and in a sense, like I said, metaphorically, sew our hearts back together, man. After we went out and battled in this world just to get where we are, because we had to fight for everything.
Hold on. Darrell, back to you. And I love that concept. Darrell, has anybody ever sold your heart back?
um, no, man, family members, bro, family. Absolutely not. To answer my questions, I went through the same thing
Man,
kind of Mr. O went through too. Fighting for child support, paying thousands of dollars. That's money that could have went to school, finance. That could have went to stocks, options, all kinds of shit. But before I even go into that too, I'm gonna let somebody else speak. I just want to say rest in peace to the mayor of Maryland. He was also black. He self-deleted recently, I think about a month ago, and then we all know about Regina Hall losing her son, or was it Regina King? One of the two. I think it was Regina King lost her son, who was also a young black man. But it happens all the time. It happens all the time. You know what I'm saying? Because black men to be in these situations where we have absolutely no support. And when I did feel alone, I'm gonna smoke a blunt. I'm gonna keep moving. Some of us, we self-delete.
Mickey Red.
Yes, I'm listening, and I want to start off by saying to all black men that I'm sorry, because sometimes we as people, because of the color of our skin, we can be a little insensitive and a lot dismissive, very dismissive. And what I found out when going through my journey, a person being dismissive to me triggers me, and not in a good way. What I can tell you about the journey is that once you start being self-aware of your actions, of your emotions, you can change your path. Depression is real, life is real, things happen. But I read this quote and it changed my life. And it said, "You've been treading water so long that you forgot how much you love to swim." And so I'm saying to you, black men, you've been treading water so long that you forgot how much you love to swim, and you can swim. But it starts with you being self-aware. It starts with you doing self-care. If you One thing about emotions and therapy, journaling, um, is that once you understand your emotions, once you understand that you can capture your thoughts, and that most of the time, most of our thoughts, like 75, 80% of our thoughts are negative thoughts about ourselves. And so you got to replace those negative thoughts with positive thoughts. What we all have trials and tribulations, but the storm beat upon that house. But because it had a good foundation, it still stood. You did. And you guys have the right foundation. Things fall apart in houses when you buy one. If any of you are homeowners, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Right now, I'm getting ready to go through my renovation because they got to replace the whole bottom floor. But I had insurance. And your insurance, black man, is your self-confidence, your self-worth, knowing that you have standards, knowing that you are worth it, that you are loved, and you are loved. You might not be appreciated, but you are loved. And we need to work harder on showing you that we appreciate you, not for what you do, not for how much money you make, but for being the men that you are and surviving the things that you have survived. And if you are a Generation Xer or a millennial, you need to take a bow because you're not even supposed to be here. This whole game has been set up against you, but still, like air, you rise. And I'm sorry, but it starts with self-care. Get out into the gym, exercise, because it releases endorphins. Endorphins is going to affect your mood. Men are logical. And so when you get that emotion, the thing is that just like buying a house, you guys know that I stage houses and I do all that. The reason why my houses sell and there's price bids is because I make emotional connection points. People might buy, they might purchase or do the research logically, but emotion is what drives the sale. Most of the public only has 10% imagination. So when I make those emotional connection points and they can imagine themselves being in that house, that emotion beats out the logic, and that's why you have price wars. So what I'm telling you, black men, is if you're feeling bad, if you're feeling depressed, start with a heart of gratitude. Don't think about what you don't have or what you are not. Think about what you are. Have a compliment jar. Write your three things that you're grateful for. You can either do it in the morning or you could do it at night. You know what I'm saying? If you're feeling bad, get out and exercise. If you're feeling bad, go volunteer. I'm not telling you something that I don't know. That I think. I'm telling you something that I know. Volunteering saved my life. Because when you take the focus off of you and you help someone else, because truth of the matter is we all have problems, and if we were to go and put all of our problems in a bag and shuffle them around and you got someone else's problems, you might not want them, because you might not be able to walk a mile in their air forces and they can't walk a mile in your air forces. But actions beat emotions, and once you have a heart of gratitude, it changes your whole perspective.
Mm.
May I say something?
You see, yeah, true. Let me say something. You see, this is why I created this show today, because I wanted a woman like Mickey to come up and give solutions, and this is what she did. The first thing she said is that black women, let's not be dismissive to the feelings of black men. The second thing I got from her is somebody press mute, please. The second thing I got from her was we need to journal our thoughts and our emotions. We don't do that as black men. Women have diaries. Even when you go up, we read the book called Anne Frank. That was a Jewish woman that wrote a diary, right? When was it cool for men to have diaries? For young black men to write diaries. When was that cool? When was that ever promoted? She also said work out to release endorphins. She also said volunteer for causes and purposes that might be greater than yours, because you might feel some type of compassion to make you realize that, you know what, my problems are not as bad as I think it is. I was crying for help, for answers, for solutions from black women, and only one came on stage. Mr. O was crying for help, so he gave us the solutions because he'd been through it. He'd been through it. He was begging for black women to sew the hearts of men back together. Are we really going to argue today? Darrell came and said, listen, you see, if we don't self-delete, we're going to destroy. Are we really, really arguing today?
No, but let me say this one thing. In our community, mental health, mental issues, we're just now starting to have the discussion. And I'll go ahead and be transparent. Um, I was in an accident and a drunk driver hit me. He hurt me real bad. Lost my babies, had to go out on FMLA, whatever. They had me on all these pain pills, and then I used to have nightmares, and so they put me on Zoloft. But anybody that ever went through those depression things know that all medicine doesn't take. And so I had so much pressure because I had a good ass job. I had just bought a house with my mom. We bought the house together, and then I was on some slick shit. I won't even lie. Everybody didn't get duped with the mortgage thing, because you know those equity loans. If you did a double loan and then you put two, and then you come in and you flip the house and then you take the equity out. I had a whole scheme. and plan, and that didn't go through. And then this accident happened. I didn't have no money, and I felt hopeless. That's where it starts, when you start feeling hopeless.
Right.
And then I felt as a burden.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know that feeling. So what I'm telling you is not stuff that I think, stuff that I research, even though I researched it more.
Right.
I'm telling you from what I know.
Mm-hmm.
I came in because we didn't have, I'm a hustler. I wasn't gonna lose everything. And so my mom cooks, we cook. And so my mom had a catering business, and I was like, I would spray myself down, pop my pills, wrap my ribs up, and boom them dinners out all over Atlanta at the barbershops. And I came home one day, I had just got another order, and I came home and I said, Mama, I don't feel good. This medicine ain't got me feeling right. This is not the move. And my mama looked at me and she was like, well, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And she didn't know what to do. But at the same token, she didn't take me serious. I didn't tell her what I was going to go do. But I had gotten an argument. You got to be careful with your words, because I had gotten an argument with like everybody in my family, because what Daryl said is true. It's not only for Black men that, you know, in our families, that we just don't help each other. We just don't help each other as a community, unless there's a lot of us, unless it's something in for them. But some people help, some people bless, because if you go around with your fist balled up, you can't receive the blessings. But anywho, I digress. I told my mama I wasn't feeling good. I told her that the shit was, I had been saying the shit, and they kept saying, well, we'll change the medicine, we'll do this, we'll do that. And I tried to work with them. But when you're on those medicines, sometimes they give you the warning that they can make you suicidal. And they did. And yeah. So that's what happened. So when you're suffering with depression, or you have to battle with it, and you can battle with it caused by traumatic events or whatever happened in your life. If you dare, you dare. It could be a chemical imbalance. That's why I said I recommend exercising. If you don't want to do the medicine, which is nothing wrong with it, because the chemicals can change. But if that scares you, go talk to somebody. That's the number one thing. Talk to somebody. And it's best to talk to someone that you really don't know, because they're going to give you a objective opinion, because they don't know you. There's nothing in it for them. They're going to tell you by the hip. But the only risk is, if you don't really know them, they might be hella blunt. And if your feelings are kind of fragile, that might not be the move. So what I recommend is, if you're having these feelings, whether they're suicidal or if they're sad or whatever they are, call the suicide line, call the hotlines. There's better help now. And when you get to that point, call and talk to someone. Even if you're not at that point and you just feel sad, call and talk to someone. Talking is therapy. Writing is therapy. Painting is therapy. Have a hobby. That's therapy. Actions beat emotions.
Thank you. Thank you. Truth, can you say what you're going to say? We got to pass it to Frizzy before we'll move on.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Mickey Red, because the first thing she came on is she apologized. And a lot of people have a certain pride about themselves. They can't even do that. You know, it don't take much to just be self-aware that, you know, I've called many of people up and apologized and say, you know, I'm sorry for, you know, not being there as much as I could. And they actually asked me, like, how haven't you been? But I'm talking about from my standpoint. They know I've been there, but from my standpoint, I need to do more. And we just need to be more openly selfless. You know, it don't take much. I'm looking at the comments and everything like that, and I'm not advocating. First of all, you did not, nobody created the other person. So you cannot change anyone. Nobody could fix what I was going through. I had to do the work myself. And inevitably, God helped me through the things that I was going through. I had to remember, that I had a purpose. I had to remember that I was here for a reason. The things that I've read about God and how to be conquerors, the scriptures and everything, they came to remembrance. I remember all the things I have endured in my life, that this too shall pass. So, no, I'm not saying a woman can fix anything. A woman can't fix anything. She can't teach me how. First of all, she can't teach me how to be a man. She doesn't know what it is to be a man, and she can't teach me how to deal with the pressures and the burdens and the shoulders of being a man. So that, for me, I'm not telling them to solve anything, because a lot of them saying like, I can't solve this, I can't do that for you. I'm not coming from that. I'm saying all it takes is just time and effort of just being there. Most of them won't even take time out to even just say, hey, you know what? I saw you do something, like I'm always saying. I can relate to that because I was going through the same thing with my two different children's moms. You can do everything possible and a child can adore you. You can do everything possible as a father, and it still can be not good enough. And that's when
Right.
I always was a person that I didn't need another person's, approval. So it didn't bother for me. But I'm like, Dad, if the closest person is actually see me out here doing this for the child that I've given them, and they won't even give that, God dang, like, in your eyes, I must really be trash.
Right.
What can I do to be? What can I do to be better?
Right.
So that's what changed my whole outlook on people, and that's why I carry myself the way I carry myself now. It's a
Right.
totally different level in how I keep people at arm's length. I'm confident in myself now is because of the things that I've been through. I've been through the thought of self-delete. I've been through the destructive phase where I've actually was a menace in my city and everything like that.
Right.
How Daryl said, I've turned to those avenues. That was my
Right.
second period of darkness. So I'm just asking that you want the black man to be the black man, to be the leader, right? The number one thing we need is respect and honor. That's our number one need. And we get that through your praise and your time and effort of being there. That's it for me. That's it. You can't solve me.
Frizzy, Nuke, talk to us.
King, I just want to thank you for the show tonight. And
Thank you.
I'm going to rewind this shit back tomorrow 10 times when I watch the rerun. And
Wow.
Mickey, God bless you. I want to just say I appreciate you sharing your story. And I can hear it in your voice that your faith has been strengthened, and it will continue to strengthen even more.
Right.
So starting out, I want to just say that we have to. We're distinctly talking about the black man in this topic, and out of the majority of Western society, black men are faced with the feeling of inadequacy from adolescence, more so than any other citizen in the Western Hemisphere. We have to dial in on that before we even go to thinking about anything else. King, you gave some wonderful stats earlier,
Thank
and
you.
I appreciate you for that. I just want to add to it.
Please.
4 to 1 suicides are committed by men. Majority are black men.
Say that again, please.
4 to 1 suicide are committed by men, and majority are black men. 95% of the homeless are men. Roughly 50% of those make up black men. 92% of work-related deaths happen to men. We all know that most of the dangerous jobs are roughly occupied by minorities. 65% of people in prison are male. Close to 40% are black men. So let's look at that for a second. That last stat. Okay, those that those black men that are in prison, right? Okay, whatever strength that they dig into, just like Mickey had to, whatever strength they had to dig into, whether it's spiritual or whatever it is, they strengthen up themselves enough to participate in prison reform, right? Okay, we know most of the time they're going to start out with minimum wage jobs. And from those, some will be fortunate enough to make it to average middle class salary. I mean, salaries, yeah.
Right.
So think about what these particular men had to fight from, right? Where they had to come from.
Mm-hmm.
Then they come to this middle class status and have to hear particular women on certain platforms talk down on them with condescending names like degenerates and dust mites. Now they done made it all the way from hell, and they should be rewarded for this almost impossible feat that they've accomplished. And when they've made it to this point, they still not good enough. They're still not making enough. They're degenerates and they're dust mites. Think about that, bro. So when we break all of this down, I don't blame these men from walking away. They're not walking away from their children. This is the crazy narrative that's being spewed all over these platforms, that black men are walking away from their children. They're not walking away from their children. They're walking away from that headache. That person that's saying you're not doing enough. You're a degenerate. You ain't good enough. Now this dude done made it all the way from hell and he still ain't good enough. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. So the most important stat was 4 to 1 suicides are men, the majority of black men. Bruh, why do you think they're killing themselves, bruh? Why do you think they're killing themselves? It's the pressure. It's the pressure. It's black. I don't care what nobody say, bruh. Black women do not face the same type of pressures black men do.
Whoa.
They don't. And this is, listen, and if a black woman is going to be disingenuous and argue that, I don't even want to talk to you. I don't even want to talk to you because you are the problem.
Whoa.
You are the problem. But that's all I want to say, bro. I love you. I hope I'm going to stay on the panel. I want to hear everybody else's perspective. But I just wanted to say, bro, I appreciate this show tonight.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you. For Phoenicia, right?
Yes, Phoenicia.
Phoenicia, I apologize. You know, I got a list when I can't say names right. I apologize.
No, no, no. You're good. Um, Thank you, panel, for having me on today. I know this is a very sensitive topic, and usually I'm not gonna lie, a lot of women do gaslight and say that it's not as bad as it seems, or that we're fighting the same struggle. Um, and I'm not here to do that whatsoever. So my thing is, I have a granddad. He has 7 grandchildren. Okay, I believe 4 girls, 3 boys. I'm the only girl who calls him on birthdays, on holidays, saying, "Hey, granddad, you mean the world to me. Thank you for all the sacrifices you've made, okay, to get us to where we are now."
Wow.
Every childhood filled, every um Disneyland trip, every Universal Studios trip, every
Right.
trip, to go to different areas of the country, it
Right.
was because of him. He took me. Uh he spent money to afford RVs, to afford hotels, things of that sort. And that's just the minimal of his sacrifices. He exposed us to the world. He gave us almost everything we needed as young men and women to feel like we had a say so in how we perceive this world, basically, to have a good childhood, basically. And the heartbreak and disappointment that I hear in his voice when he says, granddaughter, I wish, more grandchildren would check up on me. It's 6 o'clock and you're the only one who, called me to thank me. It's like,
Wow.
so So you mean to tell me you feel that all the things you've done, every step you took to get your son, to get your grandsons from point A to point B, your granddaughters from point A to point B, you feel like it's worthless? And I don't ask him these questions, I have an internal dialogue about that, basically.
Mm.
So I would just say, like, our elders, they need that reassurance, specifically our black male elders, because once again, they've been the one fighting, they've been the one providing, they've been the one making sure that, the family was straight, basically, especially the older generation,
Mm-hmm.
right? But they're not thanked in return. And then the younger, like their sons, like they see the level of ungratefulness. Well, he couldn't buy me, new clothes. He couldn't buy me a new phone. He couldn't do this. He couldn't do that, or whatever. And it's like, can we just be grateful for what they have done? That's the thing.
What? Can somebody say that again, please?
Can we be grateful for the sacrifices our parents have made, for what they have done?
Right.
And when I was younger, I used to get caught up in that loophole too. I didn't have the nicest stuff growing up, but I was never hungry. I always ate, and I've been exposed to the world in ways that other people never been exposed to the world. And they lived in my same city, my same neighborhood, my same world, basically. So it goes beyond just, saying, if you're a wife, saying to your husband, "Hey, honey, you're doing a great job. I appreciate you. I appreciate the work you're doing." Our elders feel depressed because they feel like everything they've done has gone to waste. They're dealing with ungrateful grandchildren, who idolize, these celebrities who would do nothing for them, but the people who've worked so hard for them, fought and sweat and bled for them, they're receiving nothing, no appreciation whatsoever.
Mm.
And that is truly heartbreaking. So, so
Let me-
in
Go ahead.
short, all right, no, briefly, all I'm going to say is we need to show more appreciation, because sometimes when we are constantly living in our own bubble, we don't need sympathy at this point. We need empathy. We need to feel what each other are feeling so we can best help each other's situation. When we're isolated in our own bubble, it's easy to ignore someone else's pain or what someone else is going through. And I'm going to challenge that narrative all year among Black women, even in my own family. Those that call our men, like Freezy said, degenerates, dust mites. If you were to take the person's image away and just use their voice, you would think it was a white person saying these things about Black men, basically.
Can I ask the men on the panel, why do why do black women why do we feel black women show us tough love instead of love?
I feel like they're projecting. They're projecting their own insecurities, man.
Huh.
That's a hard question for me to answer, brother. Me personally, I feel like a lot of them are ignorant. Like the actual definition of what ignorant means. Like they genuinely, you know, they don't know anything about mental health. They don't know anything about what black men are dealing with. We had people in the comments saying black men don't self delete until they get over 18. That was ignorant, right?
Don't do what?
They don't self delete until they get to like, over 18. Like
The
Wow.
he said,
fuck?
young boy. He said young boys don't do it. Like that's just ignorant, right? At the end, this is super ignorant.
Super ignorant.
Um, at the end of the day, bro, like I said when I came on a panel recently to talk about black men, I hear this every day. Black men are degenerates, especially in these YouTube streets. Black men are this and black men are that, but y'all not focusing on the ones that are doing certain things.
Right.
And then, even recently, man, I did a video about Lawrence Smith Fields. Nobody that I understand that watched the video even sent anything to the mayor's office. And I know because I talked to Dr. Haran Gaskin, who is the chief advisor to the mayor out there, who's handling the case, who's also a black man. in the memory of Alpha Phi Alpha. So at the end of the day, you know, in my opinion, King, black women, they choose to focus on the men and the things that they do that are detrimental to us. Like I genuinely believe the totality of black women aren't interested in black men getting in a better mental state. They just don't care. And to make matters worse, in my humble opinion, to answer the question directly, it doesn't pay them to do it. It's not benefiting them in their opinion, right? They don't see the benefits of having a healthier black man around because they never had a healthy father, a healthy relationship, a healthy marriage. What they see is dysfunctionality, and most of them blame it on us. And like I said, if it's not paying them or if it's not benefiting them directly, they really don't care.
Wow. Mr. O.
Yeah. So I want to say like I understand what Daryl is saying and I agree. But I just want to take a different approach. Because like the idea of like placing fault on why things are the way they are, it really in a sense alleviates me from like having to like make a solution, and the responsibility of me overcoming it and being a man still exists. So I would say that like I honestly believe that the woman in my life felt that putting me down was going to have a different reaction. I think she really believed that
So
by
tough
by
love is
telling me like I'm nothing ass this,
so
and
that's
you
tough
ain't gonna
love.
be that. I think she felt that like I was gonna take that, like I'm gonna show you and I'm gonna overcome. When really we want gratification for what we've done, you know.
Right.
And I think we just see life differently, and with the women not coming from that structure or being taught how to treat a man, and myself also not being a man at that point in my life, not giving her a reason to treat me better, you know. I think I had no business in that relationship myself, you know. So I had to fault myself, even put myself in that position to allow that to happen. But the ignorance thing is like on both sides, you know. Like we're in the same sense ignorant with information on how to preside or how to move forward, or I guess how to navigate that relationship in a healthier way, or and we also chose these women, you know. So I, there's accountability on both sides, but the tough love, I think they really believe that it would have a reverse reaction and like push us to do better in their eyes or whatever. And I just think that they don't see it from the proper perspective. It's two things going on, and I think we seeing it differently. You know, the same situations that we're in.
Truth. Tough love.
For me, I look at it a little different. See, the way I was brought up, I don't mind tough love. I relish in it. You know, I know diamonds are made through pressure, but see, it's a wisdom that comes with that. You have to understand how to. You have to understand the individual to be placed in a position where you can challenge them in certain areas. You can't do certain things with every individual. You can't speak to a certain person like how you would speak to the next individual. I deal with both of my children differently when it comes to discipline, not just because of their sex, but because of their temperament and how they look at me and how they view me. That's the same thing with interactions with regular people when you're trying to pour into them or motivate them to go in a certain direction to be better. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Tough love is nothing wrong with tough love, but it's a difference of you know where you're not there. People, you can tell, and I don't have the same sentiments as I actually can tell when people is not invested
Right.
because how authentic I am. I can recognize a fraud. And
Right.
I know what it means to actually be there and invest time and effort. Like I said, all you got to do is just be there. I can tell when somebody wants to do something, when they're invested, when they're committed, when they're putting forth the effort, when this is something important to them, when they have, like Daryl said, they're staking it. They care so much that if you fail, that it feels like a failure to them. That's how it feels when I'm interacting with other people. If I do not do the best I can to help individuals, then I feel like I failed. I'm a natural born giver, an empath. I look forward to and get my rocks off and get my cup filled by pouring into other people. That's just my natural state. Psychologists say they call it a hero complex. You always want to save somebody. You always want to be the lamb to the slaughter. You always laying down your life for people, even at the detriment of the fact that you may get hurt. But then when the opposite comes around, that you need somebody to be there for you,
Right.
you could pour into somebody all day, but they don't pour back into you. So I don't mind tough love. I want that. I want people to be real because it helps me identify the problem, and then I can get to the solution and move forward and grow from it. But everything is not tough love. Some people is just, selfish a-holes, man. And that's all is to it. And people know what they be doing. People know when they're invested, and people know when they're there. And if you know women, like how I know them, you can tell when they checked out. You know when they checked out and when they're not invested and when they're invested.
Yeah, there's a difference between tough love and then just pure evil, with
Wow.
bad intentions.
Disrespect.
Man. Yeah, there's a difference. I don't want to fade that line. Although I want to take responsibility for putting myself in those situations, there's nothing that I did that warranted the treatment, that I got, or the disrespect or lack of respect. Man, so that's not okay. But not knowing how to go through life and deal with situations like this, man, like that's what causes the depression. Like the another thing I want to bring up is that like men and women, like we respond to stress different too.
Right.
Like women have this innate ability to survive through life, and that's why
I said that earlier.
they would look at a man, and that's why they call us weak if we want to self delete. They would say that that's weak to them because they're able to survive. You ever see a man, he lose a job, he lose an income, and that's when he bury himself in a dark room, don't shave, don't shower,
Remember I
depressed.
just said that, King, earlier?
But a woman, you can see a woman with two kids and don't got but two pennies, and you'll never know. She'll be moving through life as if she had $1 million, and she gonna survive. Them kids gonna eat. She gonna get her daily bread. And this is something that we lose because we just respond to stress different. And so in the moments while you have that woman with you, that's when you need her. You need her to give you that confidence, like, hey, I believe in you. But instead you get the inverse of that. You ain't never gonna be shit.
Yep.
And that's what drives you to that place when you don't know enough and you're young. But the older you get, the more wisdom you get. You realize the tactics. But it's just unfortunate. I'm glad we're talking about it.
It can anybody describe the depression, the level of depression that a young black boy would feel compared to uh, uh, an adult black man? What are some of the reasons, right? Like, because some women would say, black women would say, well, you too old to be acting like this. You too grown. You're a grown ass man. You should know better, right? Is there a difference between depression with young black males, young black male boys, and young black male men? Is there a difference?
That whole thing that you just named, those are two different things because they're talking about how we moving as a man versus you talking about depression, which is the emotional state.
Right.
See, and trying to deal with I'll say at my adolescent years is when I was under the most stress because I was confused. I didn't know which way to go.
Right.
Older I get, things got more clear, especially over the last 10 years. Like I said, when I finally came to in the knowledge and understanding of my Father through Jesus Christ and everything, my path is clear now. I know exactly where I'm going at. That doesn't mean I don't go through trials and tribulations, hills and valleys, but my destination is clear. I know what the apex of my life is going to look like. So that part about it has been simplified. When I was young in my teenage years, trying to figure out what a man actually is and how he does and move and what versus what society is talking about, that was when I was under the most stress, trying to deal with job, trying to deal with who I am as an individual. Why was I put here? You know, what is a man? How is he supposed to do these things? You know, the money that I need to carry at this time. You know, it was always about. I was always my harshest critic. I was never in competition with other people. I was trying to figure out what's the best beneficial point to myself. How can I become the greatest man I can become? And I knew that I've always placed that burden on myself that I was either going to push myself, but that type of weight came with a certain type of stress too, because I was always challenging myself to get to the next level. So I say the adolescent years, your teenage years was the most, strenuous and stressful time period.
Terrell, is there a difference?
Yeah, for me, man, because I've been talking about adverse childhood experiences a lot. Black children deal with child abuse, sexual child abuse, firearm violence, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's just the beginning of the iceberg. We're not talking about what's happening in the home, right? We're not talking about most of these men are being raised by single mothers who are not angels, right?
Mm.
And in fact, truth, black women get really mad at me, but I always says this because black kids are raised by most of the like black women, and they love saying that. But then when I turn around and say, "Cool," well, when they turn out to be thugs and gangsters and criminals and R. Kelly's, who fault is it? Is it
Hmm.
not? Is it not? Is it not your fault? Because
Bingo.
you know,
Damn.
these
Wait,
different
wait,
child.
wait, wait, wait. You drop it too
Bingo.
much, man. That's some
Bingo.
real shit. Just logically, if you think about it logically, that kind of makes sense. But I don't want to get in trouble.
No,
Yeah,
get
I
in
take it
trouble, bro.
there.
It
I
makes
take it there,
sense.
man. And it makes perfect
Truth.
sense. That's why you know, and anybody who's looking for this study, you can find it on the CDC, which is the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention website. But at the end of the day, these different childhood experiences they lead to trauma. For example, before I let somebody else speak, DMX. DMX is somebody we all know. DMX's mother beat him regularly. He talked about it in songs like his song "Slipping." Um, I'm slipping, I'm falling, I can't get up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He talked about doing hard drugs at the age of 14 years old. And then what I always hear is, well, he should never did those things. No, what should have happened is he should have had a mother that cared about him enough to make sure he wasn't around people like that. But he did not. And he talked about it all the time. What did that lead to? DMX being a heavy drug abuser, alcohol abuser, physical abuser of his wife, physically incapable of not remaining committed to his wife to the point where he had multiple kids, not focus on his career to the point where when he died, he doesn't own his masters. All these different things happen. Not to mention the interview he did with the therapist talking about how his mother, to the day he died, never told him that she loved him. DMX, who outsold Jay-Z 2 years in a row. This is what we talk about. You know what I'm saying? Money won't save you. Only thing that can really save you is the coalition of two parents and what they actually pour into you, which should be love and prosperity. But many black kids doesn't grow with that, especially the ones that grew up in single parent households, because black women allow black women to get away with all type of shit when it comes to child abuse, when it comes to child neglect. Black women, and I'll argue this to until I'm dead. They will let black women get away with beating the child, not letting the child see the father. But then once he become Big Meech or Terry, they would say, well, I wish he had discipline. I wish he had this A, B, C, and D. No, you don't. Because what you did was you took all of that out the household because of your emotions and really your pettiness. I blame, truthfully, because we are living in a society where most kids are raised by young black women or black women, period. I blame them on most of these issues that come from childhood experiences because they fail at protecting children at a young age. That's a fact.
All right, can we get
Can I
deeper?
can I can I levy back?
Hold on, let me say one thing. Frizzy, because I was going to ask you and Dante a question, so maybe you can add on to it after I ask you this question. Frizzy, you talked about people leaving their families because they need peace and the peace of mind. And also one of the things that we talked about, or one of the solutions, they says, men, don't be afraid to take breaks. Do you think leaving your family or your children, do you think your sanity is worth leaving your family or your children? That goes for Dante and Frizzy. Please talk to me.
Y- Yes, that's an easy question. Okay,
Oh shit.
so in even the Bible is
Breaking up. We
biggest.
can't hear you.
You can't hold on, wait. You hear me now?
Nope.
Damn.
Dante, you want to go in his place until he gets ready?
Can you repeat the question?
The question was based off what Frizzy said, but also one of the solutions. It said black men take breaks, and I said, is it worth the sanity a black man's sanity if it means leaving his family because he doesn't get that peace of mind or the sanity? Is it worth it? And I'm hearing people saying yes, it is, and people saying no. And I want to drop this question because, like I told you, when I was in jail, some men were happy they was in jail because they didn't have to worry about the stress of paying bills and doing certain things. They're in jail. But there are men that leave their family and their children because of the level of abuse and the state of depression and anxiety and stress they feel. Is it worth leaving them or taking a break from them? That's all. Or is there a healthy way to do it? Right.
Can you hear me now?
I'm hearing echo.
Are you back, Frizzy?
Press mute if you're not talking. Thank you, Dante.
Oh, okay. Did Frizzy want to go ahead because he came?
No, my
back?
my bad, Dante. Go ahead. I was.
Oh, okay. I mean, you asking me that question specifically. I'm a bit kind of removed from that question. Even, you know, my oldest daughter, who's not mine biologically, is nowhere on this planet that you can place her or my daughter or my son where I wouldn't find them. So I'm a bit removed from that question. I apologize not being able to answer it specifically. But I can understand how someone can feel that way, especially if their current state or their current situation they're in is causing them that much stress. I can understand that. I totally can. And to say I'd rather be incarcerated away from an already sick society speaks volumes. And if you didn't say anything else tonight, just saying that right there speaks volumes. Speaks volumes. And it talks specifically to the misinterpretations or the dismissive attitude the rest of society, specifically our community, our women, a lot of times have towards us in regards to our own mental health issues. And that's my opinion.
Let me love you back off, Dante. You finished, Dante?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Okay, that's an easy question. Yeah, of course. Uh, I can't hear you. Can you mute it?
You sound like a robot.
Yeah.
You sound like a robot.
Damn.
That's why I know you're about to say something really good. Mr. O, you have any thoughts on that? Is it worth? Because we know stories of people leaving because they can't take it no more.
Yeah, I don't really see a lot of guys doing that overall though. Really, like more than that, you see the women taking the kids away from the man, and that's kind of what drives us. So I see that more than anything. I don't see a lot of. I don't know guys that run from their kids. I know a lot of women that I know guys that have women in their past that keep the kids away though. They move out of state. I think we had a testimony here recently where this lady was saying that her son, every time he get getting close to his kids, the lady would she would move to another state and make it even harder, man. She just keep moving. They not listening to the courts. A lot of these women are in contempt of court right now with some of the things they doing. Moving kids out of counties and things like that.
Wow.
Like not listening to what the court allow, and everybody want to focus on the man, it's a sick society, and I don't think that the man's perspective is even like considered.
Right.
Like we should just deal with it. you know, and it's not cool. I don't. I see a lot of this going on. I had a post, a
Right.
comment on one of my posts recently on one of my videos. This man said it. He hadn't seen his daughter since she was 5, and she's 16,
Mm-hmm.
and it's because of the mother. And all the while bashing his character, who he is. That's what they do.
To the father on a panel, everybody's a father but me. Is depression? Can you be depressed with raising children? Because I think Miss Long pointed that out. Some fathers, some father figures actually do get depression from raising children.
Yeah, it's a
I think Truth, you pointed out actually.
yeah, it's a real thing. Like, what's dearest to a man's heart is what comes from his loins. It's his children, man. You know
Yeah,
that's the ultimate thing that drives us. That's the thing that we know we have to. That's our mandatory obligation is that we secure that fruit. We secure what came from us to provide for the future.
Mm.
That comes with its own burden in itself.
what was the question exactly? Like, is it a bird? Is it
He said,
depression
can that
for
cause
us to
depression?
raise them or not being able to raise them?
I
No, he
mean,
said, does it cause depression? Does it
Which
cause?
one?
no,
Raising them?
I mean raising them, or if you want to add it, not being able to raise them, but just raising them, because a lot of men feel like, if you're in a household, you're not doing good enough. You're not
Yeah,
able to provide good enough. Like, so does that cause depression?
yeah, it can. It can. And that's what I'm
For the
saying.
black
Like,
father on the panel, have you ever felt depressed? Have you
Oh
ever
yeah,
felt
oh yeah,
alone as a father?
oh yeah.
yeah,
Especially as they get
that's
older,
what,
and
that's
you,
yeah, that's what I'm saying in general. Like, if you're not in proper standing and co-op with your children's moms, like y'all want different things. Y'all outlet on life and how you raising the children can be on two different sides of the spectrum. That is a battle in itself.
Mm-hmm.
I have a whole plan and a vision for my children, my daughter, my son, for how I want them to go.
Mm-hmm.
For when they reach 18, they won't start off in a negative fashion where those things aren't essential to their moms. Their moms have a different, their moms are still in the mode of competing against the world and what's best for them.
Mm-hmm.
My mode is what's best for my children.
Mm-hmm.
So that comes with its own burden, and that burden, because you're in contention with the world and now with the person that partnered with you to bring his children,
Right.
that's his own battle and leads to stress. And stress continuing in that cancerous form leads to depression. So
Mm-hmm.
it can. It definitely can.
you can go
Dante?
ahead, brother. Okay, now,
No, you still sound like a robot, Frizzy.
damn.
I don't know what happened. You're probably in a bad spot.
You on the Wi-Fi or the data?
Yeah.
I'm on my damn phone here.
Yeah.
What, Dante?
Well, yeah, especially when you feel you can't reach them, and they could be standing right in front of you. You believe they're not hearing you or what you're trying to convey, they're not getting it,
Mm-hmm.
right? One of the things that I think Brother Truth kind of touched on is his relationship with God, helped him out a great deal. And that was also instrumental for me, you
Mm-hmm.
know, talking in worship and prayer. My wife was supportive, and also she also gave me times when she knew I could deal with it, by myself, but she was always in an eye and ear distance. So, I'm thankful. I'm thankful for that. So definitely it can cause depression, anxiety, because you know what you want, and you look at it as though it's a reflection on your ability as a father, as the priest, protector, and provider, right? You look at it as a direct reflection, but it's a lot of things that you will encounter that you're just not prepared for, right? But if you dig within yourself, and if you have that community, and kind of one of the reasons I believe you kind of had this panel, you had this show, because we need that support from the community, specifically our women. You know, don't be dismissive.
Right.
You know, when we say we're vulnerable, I'm not ashamed to say that.
Right.
I'm not ashamed to say that. Right. You know, but like I said on a previous show you had, you know, I understand that some of those times are points of transition, and any bridge, any point of transition, you don't want to build a house on it. You don't want to make that your address. You know, I've given my email address to a couple people that has been on your panel, and I'll give it again. I'd rather hear your story than your eulogy.
Wow.
Right. In 2021, I'm gonna say this. Right. In 2021, I lost 2 childhood friends I grew up with to suicide, and they were both over the age of 45. One was over the age of 50.
Why would a 45-year-old man and 50-year-old man self-delete themselves?
That's a good question, because the people that was around them didn't have the answer to that either. They did, I mean, one of them was, you know, a pretty close friend. We discovered hip hop together. You know, I mean, hip hop culture together. So that was a real big deal. And then asking his parents, asking his kids, asking his grandkids. Right? He had grandkids, right? So like, what's really going on? And then the fact that nobody knew, nobody picked up on certain things. And and again, I want to touch on this too, because it can go to a lot of what we're seeing now, and even in the news with our community, right? What we a lot of times see, and we think this is a part of a culture, right? When all it really is unresolved trauma. Dr. Joy DeGruy, she talks about that, right? And there's another book called Trauma Inherited. You know, pick that book up. The author leaves my mind at this particular time, where a lot of things that we see as culture, or we might look at as a certain kind of behavior, is actually unresolved trauma that we haven't yet dealt with. You have to first face it so you can fix it, right? Because the secret to walking on water is knowing where the rocks are, right? So we got to do that.
Right.
We got to take that time out.
Yes, sir.
That's the real. I learned that when I went to Israel. Literally, I thought man was walking on water. I said, this is Jesus, and then I realized they told the lady said certain parts of the sea has rocks, little right under the water. Unless you know the terrain, you would never know that. I swear he was in the middle of the sea. I swear to you. But she put me on. So imagine Jesus stepping off the boat and you thinking he's walking on water, which he could have. We're not going to take that away from Jesus. I'm not taking that away. But it also could be the fact that he was so knowledgeable, divine intelligence, that he knew where to step off because he had faith.
That's a big thing. And I want to touch on something since you brought that up. And but one of the things that, you know, were enhanced, I believe, was my vision and my hearing. Not simply my eyesight, right? Not simply from a natural standpoint, if you will.
Spiritual.
Right, from a more spiritual standpoint.
Right.
Check this out. The serpent was actually the lie.
Say that again?
The serpent was actually the lie. Serpent words like
noise in the background. You got to press mute, please, everybody.
The serpent was actually the lie itself. Serpent is actually a metaphoric term that's oftentimes used, just like wilderness. Many of us been in the wilderness before. Wilderness simply means metaphorically the dark place of the soul.
Right.
Many of us, you know, we never really actually physically seen a wilderness. You have to open, you know, your other eyes and open up your other ears, as my grandmother used to say. You know, and being able to understand, which means exhaust everything you think you know about a situation and literally step back and be transcendent in your vision, right? Or what's really happening here. Sometimes we get impulsive and looking at a situation, even from a depression, anxiety standpoint, and it's actually helped me better to see people and what their actual intentions are. And then I no longer got mad, I got disappointed, because I can't believe that such a predatory attitude and mindset could be in the person that's standing in front of me.
Right. You can see them clear as day.
I can see you clearly without. I can
Yep.
even feel you before you come to me.
Yep.
That's what he was talking about. I'm so authentic. I know who's not.
Yep.
Exactly. So
Listen, Dante, I want you to hold that thought. L. Nixon, you have some words.
What's going on, man?
What's going on,
I just
brother?
wanted to. I don't know much, man. I just wanted to say, for the guys who are fathers, right, and they feeling depressed. Listen, if you haven't done everything, and I know it gets hard for certain men, we get certain pushback, and it'd be just so peaceful to just kind of like let off, bro. You can't. We can't do that. You know what I'm saying? We can't do that. I know it gets hard. Listen, I got a 21-year-old and I got a 3-year-old. And my oldest son, mom, she'll tell you, it's no use to even doing that with me. Because you think moms are bad, I'm 2 times worse. I do not play with when it comes to my kids. And I will beat you. I will beat you down to the courthouse. I don't play when it comes to my kids. And I get it. Most women to tell you, and it's facts. Most men don't show up. We're not administrative. We show up for court. We don't have no counselor for our kids. We're not on the PTA. I was the only guy on PTA. I only got a field trips, student volunteers. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no men around. I'm the only man. So when it comes to them getting a guardian item for your kids, they do an assessment on both houses. You know what I'm saying? I didn't look bad in court, not at all. So she had them every other weekend.
Explain
And I
what
know
a
a lot of
guardian
times
item is. They don't, for people who don't know.
it's like a child lawyer when they'll evaluate the status of both homes. And in her home, she was looked at as the friend. I had more structure. They want to see that often. You can't go in there unprepared. And I know a lot of times, like I said, for us, it's like, well, she got them. I get to have my weekends. I get to have my time. It's more peaceful. You can't do that when it comes to your kids. You got to be hands-on. I don't care what you got to do. You still have to show up. You know what I'm saying? You got to do whatever you got to do. Like I when it comes to my kids, I'm nothing to be played with, bro. Seriously.
I'm right there with you, bro. I'm right there with you.
So here's another question to the black man on the panel, and the black woman can also answer too. When is it too late?
Ain't
Too late for what?
When is it too late? What is the step right before they self-delete that we should be looking out for? Like, oh man, we got to do something.
It's all. I mean, it's how I look all the time. I mean, it's only too late when it's too late, when it's over with. So I mean, when the person, I mean, for a person for me, I thought about it. It was no inclination. Like when I tell people about it, they be like, "Well, you didn't seem like it." It's really not like a tell, because people only look at how your lifestyle look. Unless you look like you all broken down, then they really don't think it's something wrong. That's why I said on the outside, it didn't look like anything was wrong.
Mhm.
But I was hurting so bad spiritually inside. Money wasn't fixing it. Pleasure wasn't fixing it. Nothing wasn't fixing it. Working, the things that, Mickey named, I was already invested and ingratiated. Those things that she named are was a part of my life and still a part of my lifestyle to this day. I actually do write down in a journal. I don't know if y'all remember Nickelodeon, the dude Doug. Y'all remember that?
Mm-hmm.
He used to write in a journal. I do that. I write down my thoughts in order to keep myself organized and place what I call a plan of attack in order to complete out my day. I'm organized like that. So those type of things was already done. This is a spiritual pain that nobody could solve. That I was hurting. Nothing physical could fix this. Talking to people, therapists, all these type of things, nothing to fix this. The only thing that fixed it for me was God. That was it. Because nobody could see a way. Talking to therapists, anything like even you said this, King. You had to keep trying to figure out go through certain ones to find the one that's right for you.
Right.
You call in the hotline, they're available, all that type of stuff. That stuff didn't work. But then again, I found my foundation, and that's what helped me become what I am now and what I'm growing into be, and deliver me out of that darkness. So it's only too late when it's too late.
Hey, and
Yeah,
sometimes
what
God
I've
can send
gathered
some.
from what I've gathered from professionals is that if you want to self delete, you will. As I stated earlier, it ain't really nothing that anybody could do about it. Because if you want yourself to be gone, you do it.
Mm-hmm.
Most people are looking for information or to feel like somebody can relate to them, to feel like they're not alone. They are looking for attention. It's a cry for help. It's
Right.
a lot of ways to see people's cries for help just in patterns and behavior.
Right.
But if you wanted yourself gone, you be gone. And outside of a mental illness, there ain't nothing you could do about it. By outside needing psychological help, psychiatric help,
Right.
like that's different. But going through life's depressions, if you want yourself to be gone, you just do it. You wouldn't lead up to it. You wouldn't tell people. You wouldn't do any of this. You carry on a normal life and do it. I witnessed a lot of this overseas during the war. There's a guy you work with him off shift, and he be normal. And as soon as he get back to that tent, he turn the rifle on himself right there in the tent, and
Right.
nobody see it coming. He just couldn't take it no more. He was done.
Wow.
Nobody saw it. The whole day was normal, and that was more common than anything.
All right. So outside of the chemical imbalance that Mickey was talking about,
Yeah.
is this a mental, emotional, or spiritual warfare when it comes to depression and self deletion?
Mentally, you
Mental is emotional.
No, but is it? I said three things: mental, emotional, or spiritual.
Yeah,
I think
all
it's all
three.
three.
Yeah, all three.
all of those. When they express the things to have a healthy mind state every day, spirituality was one of them. Uh, like Mickey said, a recreational hobby is another one.
Mm-hmm.
Getting outside and getting sunlight was another one.
Mm-hmm.
The people that you had around you that gave you your positive exhortations was another one, and then there was a third. But all of those hit all those points that you say right there. You need all of that to be healthy on a daily basis. And when there's a slack in one, it's easy to unravel the rest. So you you got to have a conscious effort on why you doing what you're doing and who you are. And we just really want to feel normal, man. People want to feel like what they're doing is warranted or credit or somebody seeing them, or like you don't want to feel alone. That's what the depression comes from, feeling like you by yourself and nobody can hear you.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, brother. I think it's all three, and this is what I tell a lot of young cats. And I get it. You got to keep this macho, this bravado about yourself, because historically speaking, especially with the black man, that's pretty much all we had left after Jim Crow and slavery and this discrimination at the highest level. That's all we had, right? Our bravado, this macho sense about ourselves. But the commonality that I like to bring to a lot of brothers is that some of the baddest people throughout history, was common in saying that you first have to tackle the person or the man within yourself. One is not a master if they can't control their emotions. They're not a master. I mean, Bruce Lee said it, Tecumseh said it,
Mm-hmm.
Masashi Miyamoto said it. Some of the greatest warriors throughout history said that very statement. Now, why is some of the greatest warriors that the world has ever seen, why do they go to the internal first? Because anything you don't deal with internally will manifest itself externally as fate, right? So why did they say that? What did they know, right? That a lot of us as men aren't getting. And keeping in mind, there are many different forms of warfare. If you always coming with the physical, I can see you coming from a mile away. Sun Tzu said, "You fight the enemy where he is not." Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? It comes with a certain level of maturity that we have to understand that spiritual warfare, that's a different kind of warfare. There's no gun, no hammer, no knife that you can get to fight that kind of
Mm-hmm.
warfare. You
Mm.
have to dig deep within, plant your heels in the ground, and you got to look the storm straight ahead. Sometimes you have to isolate yourself so you can metamorphosize.
There you
You
go.
have to do that. That's a different kind of warfare than you fighting
That's
somebody
true.
that's in front of you, that's threatening you,
Mm.
right? That's a
Exactly.
different kind of warfare.
Mm.
That's
That
I've
true.
actually
internal
had people
war.
put their hands down in front of me, when I simply told them that. You're not upset with me, dude. You're upset with something that has nothing to do with me,
Mm-hmm.
That's
right?
true. That's true.
And that's deep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now, King?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. You asked the question earlier. Should a man leave? I forgot. The
Yeah,
question
for the man,
again.
it is worth a man's sanity to stay in a family, in a household with a wife and kids, or girlfriend, kids, if it's going to make him depressed.
Okay, I know everybody
No.
doesn't subscribe to the Bible, but I read the Bible heavily. That's my faith. So even in the Bible, which is probably the most read religious book in the world, uh even the Bible says it's better for a man to dwell in the wilderness or even with lions than to be in the midst of a contentious woman. The
Oh,
Bible, the Bible advises men it's better to live in the wilderness or on top of a roof, a house rooftop, or in the midst of lions before you deal with a contentious woman. And the
that's
reason
that's hey, no, that is in the Bible. I can't front. I really want to see how Truth and Dante gonna rebuttal that, but that's really in the Bible.
No,
Yeah,
that's real. That's real.
No, that's in Proverbs.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
that.
right.
So I
That's
don't
real.
know. So he's right. You should leave.
so we got to look at the dynamic, right? The reason why is best for the man to leave is because if he don't, if he forces himself to stay in a toxic environment, which that's what it is, you're going to if you have kids in the home, you're going to subject these kids to this toxic environment, and all you're going to do is repeat the cycle. So let's look at it, right? We know that young girls grow up experiencing protection more than young boys. They're used to experiencing protection. Not all women, but most women, they are most young girls are more protected than young boys. Young boys, we expect it to be a little bit more uh rougher or try to don't cry, suck it up, young lad, don't cry, be a man, be a young man. So we look at it from that aspect, right? If you are in a toxic environment with your wife or your woman, your fiance or whatnot, right, we know somebody has to leave. I'm just use myself as an example. If somebody has to leave, you think I'm going to kick the woman out? You think I'm gonna let my kids see me kick their mother out the house? Bro, it's better for the man to leave. It's better to show the kids, listen, I don't want to keep talking to your mother that way in front of y'all. you know I don't want to risk even putting my hands on her. It's better for me to leave as the man. What does a man look like kicking the woman out the house? That, bruh, this narrative that men are just leaving because they just don't want to take care of their kids is some bullshit. That's all,
And
bro.
and a lot of us are still paying the mortgage, still paying the bills, still making sure the car's good, still making sure the kids got everything they need while we go find somewhere else to live.
Exactly.
That's a fact.
Freezy, I'm gonna say one thing before I get out of here, man. And
Facts.
drink me some Patron or something like that. But listen, I agree with everything you brother's saying. But the problem that I have with that is that shouldn't be something that we should have to do. We shouldn't have to leave our
Mhm.
family,
That's
leave the
true.
woman, and if we married, leave the woman that we have coveted beneath God. And
Right,
for what? Where are we
right.
going to?
That's
Where
where I
where
was
does
going.
that man drive to? Where does he go to? Shahrazad Ali, this is the last thing I'm gonna talk about Shahrazad Ali. Shahrazad Ali has the number one book from 1989 to 1991 called The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman. In that book, she titles how everything we just said, she said that shit 20 years ago. When black men are going through these different things, they should be able to go to their wife because their wife is not going to let them have a female best friend who would, give them a little nice little back massage, roll a blunt for them. We can't have that side woman. We can't have no sister wives either, right? So at the end of the day, if I can't come to you, and where am I going? Black men usually go to the bar, they go buy drugs, they go to a second woman, they go do something that's offensive, where it's drinking and driving, et cetera, et cetera. Those type of things are leading to black men dying just as much as them staying in the house. We need to stay in the house and have a constructive home. We need the black woman to be an anchor like she says she is. How many black women say, well, black women are doing this, but y'all really not? So be an anchor and stop being the reason why your man had to leave the house, because if he leave and don't come back, what are you going to tell your kids? Or, well, daddy left because I didn't hold him down. That's crazy.
Let me ask you, are you saying that black women are not the anchors, they're more like the wind to ourselves?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Are the wind blowing us away and set us on sail to a different island or land mass? Because this is what I'm hearing from you. Because when I said we need black women, they are our first therapist. Somebody said, I'm not your therapist.
Right.
Yeah. So my sentiments are that's where the rail hit
account.
That's where the rail hit.
ATM.
Huh?
That I'm not the ATM.
Yeah, with the rail hit of that, that's where I was about to go at. We're not supposed to leave our household. This is why I advocate for people to make sure you do the vetting process and not ingratiate yourself with people who have long-lasting trauma, because these are the problems. Once you get married, you in it. You in it. That's it. You cannot abruptly just break a covenant with God. That's who you making vows to first. First and foremost, when it comes to marriage, this is not nothing to play with. This is not something that you go in, dance around, and when I want to leave because it's uncomfortable, I leave. No, you stay in that. Women abandon the marriage. The men I know, we in it. The men I know, they dead. They dead because that's their plate. We gonna take care of that plate. We're gonna take care of our family, and the woman that we chose, that's our burden. You need to do a better job of not choosing just some trash. And this is what I'm talking about. If she is not, and every woman can't speak life into you. That's why it's taking me so long. When women want to know, oh, if you're such a good man, why you ain't married, why you ain't got this? This is why. Because I'm looking for that intellectual, spiritual woman. I'm not just looking for the baddie with the big back. I'm
why
looking
you
for
gotta justify it?
I'm looking for the one that I'm looking for the one that's going to be there for me when I came in from a hard day of battling out here. And I know
why you have to explain yourself to them, Truth? Because it's like, first of
no,
all,
I ain't explaining nothing. That's the whole point. That's okay. I'm giving them. That's why I'm this way.
Right.
Like I don't explain when they ask, oh, why you not this and that. This is it. Because y'all not what y'all saying y'all are. That's the point. It's exactly what Daryl was saying. They do not know how to feed and nurture a man's spirit.
Wait, hold on.
All the superficial stuff.
Kanique said to everybody, it's not the woman, it's parenthood that stresses out the relationship and men leave. Is that true, fellas?
No.
What'd she say?
No.
I wrote it right there.
No, man. Like, what is she talking about? Daryl just said it. It's exactly like this. If we getting fed, we talking about real meals. We're talking about soul warming meals, not that warm and box stuff.
No, this is what she said. It says not the woman, it's parenthood.
No, that's what I'm answering. Daryl already answered it. It has nothing to do with that. If we getting fed, we're not going nowhere. If we getting sex properly, we're not going nowhere. If the domesticated lifestyle is there, which means the household is peace and cultivated, and like he said, an anchor. You're there for me when I need to be grounded. I can come to you to get recharged and everything like this. I can go out here and become this gorilla again, become the Hulk. I can get that camera boost. You feel me?
Once again, this is what I'm talking about. It's that narrative that black men are leaving their children because it gets too hard, and that's not the case.
No, I love my babies.
Yeah. That's why I said it's more the woman leaving.
We want to be there.
Kids away from the dad. There ain't no man that I know out here that that don't want to. Men, we'll take our kids with us everywhere we go.
Mm-hmm.
We don't care about like women are the only ones that need a break from the kid, or they the
Yeah.
only ones that say that.
I
Now,
have never
Wait, hold
heard a
on. We
man
get
say I
them.
need a
We
break.
get them grace. We no.
we
Hold
would
on.
never say we want a break from our
I
kids.
have never heard a man say that ever.
Like
I
and you
need
hear
a break.
I hear women talking about he lucky he get to live his life and I gotta be over here.
Yes, what they say. They say they call men. They call
Then
men.
give them to me.
They
You know,
call
like
no. Hold on.
Man,
Hold on.
give the
Hold
kids to
on. They
free.
call.
think
They
that
call.
we would change our
Hey,
lives.
Hold on. Hold on, Mr. O. They call. I heard women say they call men fathers weekend warriors because they got them from Monday to Friday and y'all only have them on the weekends. Is that true?
Give them
King,
7
look what
days
you
a
just
week.
said.
Just take them. Ain't no man
Look what you
running
just
from
said.
having
One at a
his
time,
kids.
please.
There's no man running from having his kids by the majority. And that's just the narrative that's misunderstood. You
Right.
got a couple guys that don't care about being a father, but I don't know guys like that. And most men that I know want their kids every day. They're not allowed to have them. And so it's easy for them to say he just a weekend this or he lucky he get to do it if he want to with his time. Man, we would take our kids everywhere we go. My kids come over my house and my life don't change. I don't slow it down or change it up. I know how to incorporate all that and balance it all. That's a lie. That we running from
Yeah.
parenthood, man. We
Hey,
want
King,
to
let
be
me ask you
on
a
our
question.
kids.
Who set up that weekend thing? Who set the weekend thing up when we go to child support court?
Church.
They set that up. They set the terms up. We didn't ask for that. They set the terms up that it's only can be on weekends because it's more beneficial to them if it's that way monetarily. See, you got to look at it. They're trying to have it on both ways.
It's still like that.
That's bull crap.
Because my situation, I don't deal with. I have a divorce decree, so it's a little different than having a baby mama situation. Like our shit was worked out in court, and there's a decree on. But the courts is still with the old laws that they gave the kids automatically to the woman. You
To
know,
the women, yeah.
I petitioned for the divorce, and I really went to court by myself. She signed a waiver that she didn't want to contest any of those things, so I was really there.
Wait, they say y'all don't want full custody.
You know,
they say y'all don't want full custody.
I made a whole.
Hold on. Let me give what they say. They say y'all don't want full custody, and she said Stephanie said because we wash them, dress them, take them to the doctor, help them with the homework, feed them, take care of them, go blah blah blah, work on our own.
That's nothing.
I'm trying to tell the story on how it go. I went and filed divorce by myself. I stood in front of that judge by myself, and automatically they give what they call it primary or custodial rights to the mother off rip. Like, I don't get it. I could waste my money trying to fight that, and unless I could prove she's on meth or she neglected the kids in some way, I ain't getting it.
That's what I'm trying to explain, bro. That's
automatically give me second and what they suggest second and fourth, every second and fourth, and first, third, and fifth. They suggest that automatically for me on my side.
This is exactly what I
We
said.
gotta talk about this. I want to stay on a topic. Let El Nixon go. I want to stay on a topic, but this is a good topic because they're saying, from what I'm reading in the chat, they saying they calling.
I want to rebuttal that.
You're calling y'all cap. They saying most men, y'all might be anomalies.
I want to rebuttal.
The men on the panel might be anomalies.
Well, get the divorce.
I want to rebuttal that what you just the thing that you posted. That's I'm trying to explain to you by default. This is how it is. When you go to court, when we talk about custody, by default, it's already in the mother's favor. You have to be proven that she's an unfit, horrible person. Even if they're on drugs, you have to prove that the child is going to be life-threatened for them to give
meth or worse. It
has to be that way. It's not easy for us to win it because they want the child to go with the mom because of the way the system is set up, because it puts us automatically in that detriment. That's by default.
Well, like the laws.
If you can't prove El Nixon has something to say. El Nixon.
Yeah, hold on. I just want to answer this, then I'm let him go. So what she said that is cap. This, look what she named, all that stuff. Who didn't do that? I told you my story. I said, yo, in the morning times, both of my children mom. I got 2 children 6 months apart. Both of my children mom went to work in the mornings. I took care of both of them children. I got them dressed. So when they got off of work, guess what? The children was already laid down and went to sleep. What y'all speaking about is nothing. That's the stuff they complain about. Those, I enjoy doing that for my children. You saw what she put down there? She's complaining about that stuff.
Right.
Yo, King,
Yeah.
you
That's
notice if every man on the channel break down and look at the chat closely, right? Only a couple of women are saying these things. Now, bro, just like women tell us, we need to tell the women the same thing. Stop projecting your anecdotal experiences on all black men. Stop doing that. Because all black men are not like that. Just because you experienced that and you know a couple of your homegirls that chose poorly are going through that, stop projecting that on all black men just because you became bitter as a whole. Stop. And this is what we've been talking about the whole damn show.
Right. So what Nixon, what you had something to say?
Well, I mean, it's on both sides, right? Like, just like some of us choose bad mothers of our kids, some women choose bad fathers of their kids. So, you know, we can go back and forth with this, but before I got custody of my son, you know what I'm saying, a long time ago, you know, his mom tried that. You know, men you don't want the responsibility, and she complained or whatever. And I told her, I don't want to hear all that shit. Just pack your shit up.
Damn.
Then she gonna give me some type of excuse. Like, no, pack your stuff up. Like, put your money where your mouth is. I don't want to hear none of that stuff that you be saying, because look, I'm for it. Pack it up. And when I did get them, I didn't complain to nobody. I didn't get no child support. I didn't get no clothes, no Christmas, no nothing. I didn't need it, didn't ask for it. I was just happy to have my kid. And I was in the military at that time.
Right.
I knew a couple of single fathers. None of us got child support. None of us complained. We were all happy to have our kids. So yes, you talk about the them versus the us. You know what I'm saying? And the men who want their kids, as far as full custody, what women have to understand, it's a different ball game when we have our kids. Because trust me, I had no issues, right? I had to tell women to kind of slow down. I had no issues with women wanting to come help with my kids, but I didn't want them in there like that. But I had no problems when it comes to dating. Women wanted to come in and do this and do that. I said, nah, I'm good. It's a different ball game for us.
That's what I was trying to say earlier, man. Like they pushing the narrative that by majority guys out here that don't want to be involved with their kids and running from that. But that is a lie. By the majority, you got guys out here that wish you'd pack our kids' clothes. I mean, all the time I say, give me my kids. Just give them to me. Give me my kids. Every guy I know a lot of guys who do actually are full-time fathers that are in my circle. And I don't change. We adjust, and it's more the same. It doesn't change. It's just a different dynamic. You don't hear men out here talking about they need a break from their kids. They would never say this. And it's
real.
In this country right now, like men are just put down where in most places, like the fathers are heroes, man. And they just tear us down over here. I heard an African man tell me the other day, he's a Nigerian guy, and he was just like, this is the only country that he ever, when he got here, he heard a young kid say, fuck his dad, and he'll die for his mama. You know, like that, he wouldn't hear that nowhere else. He thought that was so strange for a young kid to say that about his father. And that's just the narrative about the black father in this country today, that we don't want our kids and we don't want to be there. And it's quite the opposite, man. They're doing everything they can to use that leverage against us to use the power of tearing down our character.
And that could lead to depression. Information Man Show.
How you doing? I just wanted to say a few things about this issue. I've done a video on my channel about the myth of black men not being in the lives of their children. And that's been, at one point in time, they said 70% of black children are fatherless in their households. And then I believe it was CDC and Pure Research came out with some data some years ago saying that actually that's not actually true. What they thought was true is not true, that actually you have actually more black men in the lives of their kids. I'm talking about functional black men, not derelicts now, ladies out there listening. Black men are actually more in the life of their kids than any other group of men in America, One of the fundamental reasons is because we have to look, the way we look at relationships is different in the 21st century. There are men who either are not married to the woman or they're divorced from the mother, but they're still in the lives of their children. Now, let me just read this to you brothers right here. Black men aged 18 to 29, 83% said that having children is somewhat or very important to them. Black men aren't significantly more or less likely to have children than other races. Census reports show that about 75% of white men, 80% of black men, 81% of Asian men, 83% of Hispanic men aged 40 and 49 have kids. On the average, black men have or expect to have 2.4 children. That number is 2.5 for Hispanics and other groups. So they did a study and they basically broke down that in America, black men are the most involved fathers than any other race or group. We're the most involved when it comes to feeding our children, bathing them, reading to them, taking them to school, all these different areas that I think a lot of people don't realize. What happened is that you have some brothers out here that are derelict in their responsibilities. Right. And what happens in this society is that we take the minimum and make it the maximum, take the maximum and make it the minimum. And so we take a small group of black men that are derelict and say that's the face of what black fatherhood is. The dynamics are changed. When black men are not married to the woman or in the household for some reason, black men are the most involved in their child's life when they don't even live in the household in terms of going and seeing them. And unfortunately, we have been culturally conditioned as a race, as a people, and our women have, because what happens is that because black women individually have had anecdotal bad experiences in their particular life, unfortunately, sometimes some of our women and us as a people we'll use our personal experiences to say this is what black men are or black women are, instead of looking at the raw data as to what the truth really is. So at the end of the day, out of all groups of people, they even said that when white men in the data, you can look this up, gentlemen, in the peer research, in the CDC research, when white men are not living in a household with their kids, white men compared to black men are least likely to visit their kids and be involved.
Right. But Mr. Information Man.
I'll stop there.
No, Alexis Martin said the CDC is the Center for Disease Control. They would not do data on black fatherhood.
Oh, you talking about
that?
Okay. This is what I would say to her right now. Not only was this study done, and I'm going to put, and guess what I'm going to do since people question the data? I even pulled up another website that talks about black fatherhood. I'm not modded, but I'll give you the name of the article. This is called, you can look this up, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me mod you up.
Thank you. This is called The Truth About Black Fatherhood. I used some of this data when I did my show about this. The Truth about Black Fatherhood, which came out August 11th. It's a website called Legacy. It breaks it all down and throws all myths away. I'm saying to the ladies that are listening, I'm not saying that they're not musty and dusty black dudes out here who are not doing what they're supposed to do. But you can't use those musty and dusty cats to judge all of us with a broad brush, no more than you want us to treat you with a broad brush. Let me say this. That article that I cited about CDC is not a myth. You can look that up. They have it. It's the data and the numbers are there. And it's also backed up by peer research. And it's also backed up by this article that I'm going to put in there right now into the chat room. So what I'm saying is that, brothers, we as a group of men are doing more better than society paints us out to be. Right. But I would say this because I've got experience in this. I was married for 15 years. I chose a woman that I could talk to, even though the relationship did not go past 15 years. I chose a woman that had some sense about herself, and we were able, through our divorce, to have enough sense to realize we have to do what's best for the child. We have to put away our petty disagreements with each other. Mm-hmm. And guess what happened? Brothers, you got to strike while the iron is hot. You have to get, if not full custody of your child, get 50-50 custody. What does that do for you? I have 50-50 custody. So she can't take my child anywhere or do anything without me having any say in the welfare of my child. A lot of times we have brothers who have problems with the system, and I get it. It does rake us over the coals. But if you don't have 50-50 custody and you didn't go to court and take any chances to get some control of the situation, and the court gives it all to the woman, you are going to be in a situation where you get raked over the coals. But it wasn't a problem for me because I was going to take care of my daughter either way. And unfortunately, this is why we as black men have to choose women better, women that we can talk to that are sensible. If you get with an unsensible female and you're saying, "Hey, I want some custody, I want to have some kind of control too," and she ain't wanting to hear that, unfortunately, you married and got with an unsensible woman. Look at Kanye West. He can't even, from what they're telling us, he can't even fucking know where his kids are having a birthday party at or something. So, we got to make better choices. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, King.
Yeah.
Hey, King.
Yeah, I'm looking at the information that Mr. O sent me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Hey, King, highlight Callaway thoughts.
Right.
You see Callaway thoughts?
A quick Google search would tell Alexis Martin that
you see Callaway thoughts.
Do a fatherhood statistical search data. They have
right. 70. There's about. Let me read this one thing to you, gentlemen.
In the chat.
This is very. I'm sorry about that. Let me read this little point to you. We cannot equalize the number of unmarried dads to the number of fatherless children. First of all, marriage rates don't necessarily reflect the number of black fathers living with their children. Because remember, black people, we don't usually speak to the census report too. You know that.
Right.
Fathers living with their children, as written by Josh Lewis, points out in his book, the majority of black dads, 2.5 million of around 44.2 million, do live with their kids, even if they're not married to the partner. Now, check this out. We talk about the CDC report. Wow. I got it here, and I'm going to put it right in the chat room. And the second of all, according to the 2013 report by CDC, black dads, whether they live with their children or not, are more actively involved in their children's lives than their counterparts of other races. I'm about to drop that in the damn chat room for people that's questioning the data. I'm the information man, y'all. I'm not coming with no fake data here.
Highlight Callaway thoughts.
Let me drop this in here. This is the CDC study that people think that the CDC doesn't study this stuff. They do. Wow. Look at that. That's a whole page of data for you, baby. Data. So I don't play around with this kind of stuff. King, thank you, brother. I got to step down.
No, thank you so much, information, man. Like I said, this man is everything he
Peace
said
to you.
Is data.
Love everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat room. Peace.
It's data.
Hey, King.
Yeah.
Go to Callaway thoughts because I want you. No, not that one. Go to the one. She up some more.
Some more. Remember.
Let me. I want to add to that.
Yeah, because. No, hold on, because I'm about to show y'all something. No, it's up. Not the most recent one. It's up. It's up further. It's the one where she taught right here. Nobody trying to bring y'all character down. Y'all got to be honest. I'm living it. My son, dad, has his own. He is a selfish dude. Let me say this and I'm out of here. Yo, that's your fucking problem, yo. Exactly. You picked a piece of fucking shit. Your son's dad is bullshit.
Or it's a lie. We don't know him. She could be lying, man.
I'm saying based off that. No, I don't believe her. I'm saying if that's the case, you chose that bullshit. You chose trash to have he put his seed up in you and you bore trash out of your womb for him. That's your own anecdotal. That's your fucking fault. That do not account for the majority of men that love their children. We love our children. I love mine. I'm passionate about mine. I speak about mine. I was there for mine. I took care of mine. I bathed them. I changed their diapers. I was there when they was coloring and writing and learning how to write. I taught them math. I helped them ride a bike. And I will bring both of my children up here to tell you everything that I did for them.
Right.
I did. I'm affectionate. I'm active. That's me. The majority of the men I know, if given the opportunity to do it, they will rise to the occasion. It's nothing. We don't look at it as a burden. It's an enjoyment to watch our children grow and do these things. I find it funny as shit. I enjoy it. It's amazing to watch them do certain things and learn and have to take care of them. It's the best thing where you comfort them and you bathe them and you change their diaper and make sure they eat. And then you lay your child up on top of you and they looking at you in your eyes and you let them know. I told you that's the first time I actually realized somebody loves me unconditionally was when I looked in my baby's eyes for the first time and they looked up and recognized me. Fuck out of here with that shit. Y'all choosing pieces of shit and making that the majority.
Right.
Y'all
I want to say something. And I think Mr. Information needs to come back because they're questioning the data. They saying December 3rd, 2013 is when that was published, Mr. Information, and they
that's true that it came out in 13, but she was saying that they didn't do the data.
Hold on, and they also said
choosing these
hold on. They said that was a self-study that they called black men and asked them, and they said yes, we were involved. We are involved. Ask the moms. Is that true?
Come on.
That was the stupidest.
Look, we got to use the data that's available, man. We have to use the data that's available. We can't argue that. The first argument was the data didn't exist. Now we proved the data exists. You want to question the integrity of the data.
I knew that would bring you back.
You got to use the data that's available.
Okay, if I may say respectfully to everybody in the chat room, it was said that what I was saying that it was said in the chat room that CDC doesn't do any studies like that. And so what I did is I pulled out, and I even said out of my own mouth that the study was done in 2013. Right. Obviously, that's what I said. But the reason why I put it into the chat because someone said that CDC doesn't do these types of studies, and I said that's not true. I found the study for you, and what they did was also backed up by peer research. If you're familiar with that particular site, they do all type of statistical issues around race and all these kind of issues, and they even back it up with their studies as well on the same issue. I also put up an article in Huffington Post as well. Excuse me tonight, tongue-tied a little bit, but I put up another article. So it's not only CDC, but there's all these other articles. Now, let me just say this. I did preface when I said this to everyone listening that yes, there are black men who are not doing their jobs, and that there are black women who have had bad experiences with black men that have left them, that are not being fathers, that have abandoned the community. But I also said, if I was wrong or right, King, let me know, that we should not use those negative black men as a barometer for all black men, because what we do as a community is we conflate everything. And because we had an experience as a man or a woman that was bad with someone, we'll say, well, all women are like this or all men are this. You do that as a human. I work in psychology, folks. This is how this works. As we always take our personal experiences and we paint it with a broad brush for everyone. And you should not do that, because the kind of black men that I hang out with, and King knows this. Yes. The kind of black men that I've been around, most of my brothers that I went to college with, people that I know personally right now, ladies, that I see on Facebook, and I got 5,000 folks I know on Facebook, believe it or not, because that's what Facebook will let your limit be. Most of the men are married, and they got pictures with their wives and their sons, their daughters, and they're doing the damn thing. Now, pictures can always be deceiving because you don't know what's happening behind closed doors. But what I do know is the men that I've been around are family men. I don't hang out with dusty and musty dudes who cry about this stuff on YouTube all day long, because they're just not. They're just not doing something. And I want to hang out with brothers that are. So that's why it bothers me, because black men like that are on this panel, when we go out into the world, we become victims of these stereotypes when we don't even live up to that. When I've been in the dating scene, King, and women will ask me, well, how many kids you got? Well, I just told you I got one child. They automatically think if you're a black man, not all women, but some,
Right.
that if you're a black man, that your prerequisite as a black man is that you got to have kids all over town.
Right.
And when a woman finds out, and when I didn't have a child, women would be shocked because I had my daughter late in my age, around 39 years old.
I'm going through that right now. I'm 41, no kid. They're
Right. And then they'll look at you and say, something's wrong with you. You've got no kid, because the stereotype is that black men got kids around the block, down the corner, and up the street, and in the corner store and every damn where else, you know? And then when you do have a kid, now it's how many kids you got, right? And then another thing that's bothered me, King, and I had a debate with a sister about this, is that it really bothers me when you have black women or any women who have a father that's in the life of the child, whether the man is with that woman or not, and she will define herself as a single mother as if she don't have any help from the father. If the father is helping you with that child, the father's in the life of that child spiritually, emotionally, physically, financially, the whole 9 yards. You're not a single mother. You might be single as you don't have a man, you don't have a boyfriend or a husband, but as it relates to the raising of that child, you are not a single mother. When black men are divorced or out of relationship and have a child, we don't go around calling ourselves a single father. We just say, I'm a father who has a son or a daughter. I take care of them. So deal with it if you want to get with me. But sometimes black women, and I hate to say this because I know some of the sisters are going to be triggered by what I'm saying, they will define themselves as single when they're only single because they don't have a special somebody. But you're not single as a parent executing the direction of raising a child. If you do have a man who is helping you with the raising of your child, then you're not a single mother. You're only single as it relates to a relationship. Black men, we don't go around calling ourselves single fathers when we're dating women. We just call ourselves a damn father. Am I right or wrong, gentlemen?
Whoa.
You hear that?
I know I'm hurting people here tonight, but I'm sorry. I gotta tell the truth.
Even the ones that have
tell the truth. Tell the truth.
That's the motto. That's my motto.
They're not gonna say
Tell the truth.
They're gonna say a full-time father.
Yo, King.
Don't answer like a common sense sound good.
King, I wanted to speak to what the comment that Kanique made earlier, that the study only asked. She said that the study only asked the men and not the women. But let's use our common sense sometime. And I apologize, Kanique, for saying your comment was stupid because it just kind of angered me. I apologize for that because, you know, that's your perspective. But let's just use our common sense. Okay, on a study like that, why would they conduct this study and ask women when they know women can, you know, women have often used the kids to manipulate situations with these men because they're basing it on they want to be in a relationship with this man. This man, it's not really about, just like Information Man said, it's not really about the kids with some of these women. It's about them using the kids to manipulate this man into being in a relationship with them. You know, you understand what I'm saying? So why would they ask these women when these women could easily lie? And then we're talking about the same women that constantly say, you're not good enough. You're not good enough. No matter what you're doing, you're not good enough. These same women, even though these men are doing what they can, these same women are going to say, no, they are not in my child's life. So it makes sense for the study to ask the man, because quite often the man is going to tell the truth. Let me tell you something. I don't know too many men that's going to say, I'm in my child's life when they know the child has been separated from them. I have heard several men say, right now, I'm trying to work my way back into my child's life, you know, because I got situations going on with the child's mother. Men will oftentimes tell the truth. So why would they conduct this study differently than what they did? It just don't make no sense what she said. Like, they should have asked the women. That don't make no sense.
All right, so in this situation,
wow.
Can y'all hear me?
Who's in the background? I can't hear. Who's talking?
All right. Hey, King, let me say this before I drop down.
Right.
This is something that's been kind of bothering me. When women speak their truth and tell us the things that they go through, some of the heartache, some of the bad experience they've had with men. And we are not, and we as men do not show sensitivity to their plight and what they go through. Then women tell us, see, that's what I'm talking about. You men don't listen to us. And of course, women will say that they don't feel like they're getting protection from black men. Okay. So that's how they feel sometimes when we don't listen to them. When we don't listen to them, they will rake us over the coals for it. But why is it when black men want to speak our truth from our perspective about what we experience? I'm 52 years old. I've had a lot of experiences. Why can't I speak my truth? Even though it's an anecdotal truth of my experience, as I had said before, but why is it when we do speak our truth and our experiences, that sometimes our women will try to negate what it is that we're saying with the but word? What I mean by that is when we speak our truth, well, yeah, but why is it that you can't just take what we say from our experiences and say, we understand what you brothers are talking about, or we would like to understand, because they certainly expect us or would like us to understand their perspective. And the problem with this black woman and black man thing is that we're out of balance, King, because both of us don't listen to each other.
Yeah.
And black women expect us to listen to them. But at the same time, how about listening to our perspective as well? Because it does take two to tango. And we're both in this world together, and we have to learn to deal with each other and find a way to have common ground to love each other. So sisters, don't be triggered by some of the things that you're saying, because we're not saying that it's all black women or all women. We're just simply saying that these are some of the things that we face, that we get sort of stressed with or deal with. And I know there was a sister in there that said that she doesn't feel that she's responsible for black men's mental health or depression. I'm not saying that you're responsible for carrying another man's water, sisters, but at the same time, if the sisters were up here on this panel and black men on this panel said, I don't care or is it my responsibility to take care of black women's mental health, these black women would jump down our throat and say, what do you mean by that? And then they would say, see, this is what we mean when we say we don't get protection from our men. When we talk about our mental health problems, y'all not even there to console us and understand us. But when black men talk about our mental health, and I work in mental health, and by the way, black men are dying in silence, sister, because nobody listens to us. We are dying. Black men are dying, and men in general are dying in this country. We have a country that puts forth a lot of attention when it comes to female breast cancer. Yet it is men who die of cancer more than women, but nobody talks about that. And part of it is because we as men don't do enough to advocate for ourselves health-wise as women do. We got the NFL that wears pink when they should also be wearing pink for men dying, because we die of cancer more than women. So you can't have it both ways, my dear sisters. You can't, on the one hand, want us to understand your plight, be sensitive to you, give you protection in the whole 9 yards. And then when we have a plight or something that we're going through, say, well, I'm not responsible for black men's depression issues. No, we're not saying that you are individually responsible, but how about understand, because a lot of men are dying in silence because nobody gives a damn about us. Nobody gives a damn about black men. And just like you got black men that's homeless out there in Atlanta, out there on Pete Street, that they didn't damn near, they gonna gentrify that area. And we got black men, black people that's getting gentrified out of LA, and black men that's going homeless. To me, you should care, because by not caring about us, we're gonna make our race and our people disappear.
Well,
okay, I got to get off the panel. I've said enough. I probably made a lot of people angry now.
You did your thing.
I gotta say something before I get out of here, man.
Go ahead, Mr.
Heavy, man. It's really becoming too much for me, man. I hate the fact that we can't have the conversation with purity, and that women can open their hearts and actually just hear what the men saying. This isn't a show bashing black women. It's just trying to get y'all to hear how we feel, and it's real. It's real to us, even if you feel like you don't bear the responsibility of it. For Calloway to say what she says, that she's not supposed to help us heal and get a therapist, which is what she information man was referencing.
I like
It's
that.
that's really disheartening, man. Because like he said, if it was the
I like
inverse,
it.
we would not support, but we're not
Bro,
getting it, and it
Mr.
seems
O,
that,
Mr.
huh?
O,
Let
you
Mr.
said
O finish.
It
my
seems that
bad. I'm just saying you
no
said some
matter
powerful
how
shit.
much we talk about it, they don't want to hear us, and so I have to accept the fact that you just don't care. If that's what it is, nobody cares about us, then fine. I don't need to waste any more energy trying to convince you that what we're going through also matters. You want us to be there for you, but we need you to be there for us in the ways that we need you as well, man. But if we can't have that conversation, you wonder why we don't choose you. So I'm gonna get out of here, man. But I appreciate this panel, man. It was great.
Yeah, this was
And it
great.
was really therapeutic to even talk about some of the things that are real to me, man. So if it's not real to you, I apologize if we offended you, ma'am or Mrs. in the chat. But
But before you leave,
Salute to
Mr.
you,
O,
all.
Mr. O,
Salute to you, bro.
before you leave, Mr. O,
I need some Sade right now, man.
you said, I'm
Word.
gonna say, Mr. O, you said some powerful shit. You said we have not bashed black women this whole show, and that's true. And this is the difference between panels like this full of black men versus panels that's led by black women. We have not called black women degenerates. We have not called black women out their name. We have not talked down on black women. We have not condescended black women at all. I've paid attention to the whole show. To the whole show. This whole show was strictly constructive. And that was some powerful ass shit you said, Mr. O.
I appreciate it, man.
Yo, who is Robert? Who is Robert Hicks? Because it sounds like a troll who doesn't exist and saying something stupid like that.
I appreciate when they say they don't give a fuck. Good. Good. I love it. So I can be myself.
Yeah.
So I can be myself. I don't give a fuck either.
You know what's crazy? I'm not going front, man. This is why
I can be myself. This is why I carry it the way I do. I know you don't give a fuck.
Right. Shout out to my beautiful Asian girls that pour into me every day.
Mm-hmm. Yep, see?
Shout out to my beautiful Latina girls that pour into me every day. And also shout out to my white Nubian queens that were the first to pour me on every day.
Man.
Hey,
because
hey, what you say, King? I rock with On the Exotic. Now you know why.
Yeah. And shout out to the black women like to Tavana Perry, April Carter, Queen Nita.
Shout out to April and Queen.
Yeah, shout out to April. Shout out to who else? If I miss any black
Sherelle.
Shout out to Sherelle. Shout out to Farida. Shout out to you, Queen. We appreciate you. These are the black women I deal with. Other than that, I'm going to my Asians and my Latinas. If you're not those type of women, black women. Thank you very much.
But you know what? It's really not about bashing women, right? The thing is, I think it got kind of, it felt that way because, you know, people are talking about.
He's not a troll. He say he's not a troll. He just getting tired of black men crying like bees. Yeah. Bee man, stop looking for others to love you.
Yeah, we're talking about our experience, but here's the thing, right? As men, we know there's black men that are messed up. I got guys that don't take care of their responsibility, but guess what? I don't hang with them motherfuckers no more. I don't deal with men like that. I cut them off. So just like as men, because black men cannot escape accountability. We are the face of what's wrong in the community. We can't escape that. So if we can accept that, hey, there's some guys that are fucked up, then guess what? There are some mothers who are fucked up. Just because you're a mom don't mean that you're the best. There's some mothers who are fucked up. So if you're not those women, and that was our experience, then don't take it personal. Just like we won't say that we also know that there's some men who out there running the streets who don't give a fuck about their time because they're cool with the weekend, because all they do is chasing women and they can get their kids later. Those two things can still exist. And also it can exist where there's good fathers and good mothers. We can exist at the same time. Right. So I think the thing is, people are not used to a panel full of men saying that they show up for their kids. It's almost like, no, that's cap. And it's not cap. This is the panel you're dealing with right now. That the men are saying we're here for our kids. And instead of saying, well, that's cool, you got a panel full of men who are there for their kids, what you do is you'll get an Aunt Alicia and it'll be like, well, you guys are just outliers. Oh, man, go ahead with that shit.
But check this out. I think, you know, with those the detractors or wannabes, what they're not looking at, that actually can cause or plant the seed for depression in your child.
Exactly.
That's what they're not looking at. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna go too, man. And it goes like this, man. When you have a goal, you force your enemies to expose themselves. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. But bro, this not the only panel I've been on like this. To be honest with you, I've been on a few panels with single fathers. Not fathers who's been dating, but fathers who's solely have the kids on their own. I've been on plenty panels with men speaking like this. So it's out there. There's more of us out there. We are having these conversations.
Right. King, I'm going to get ready to go,
man.
but
Y'all take it easy.
Oh, take care, brother. Let me just say this real quick.
Right.
I don't think, because I can see the messages in the chat, I don't think that black men are asking black women to take care of us. We're simply saying the same thing that you say, ladies. Hear what we have to say. Understand our position and what have you. I think, once again, this is the shaming tactic. When black men speak out, now all of a sudden it's about, well, you're asking us to take care of you. No, we're asking you to listen and understand us. However, guess what? By the law of nature, when we're both born man and woman, and the way society has everything set up, by the way society is, we as men are supposed to be the what? Gatherers, hunter-gatherers, the providers, the one that take care of you. So that's a natural, or that's a position that society has put us in, whether you like it or not, that we're supposed to provide and protect you and take care of you. But men are not running around here. How often do you hear men, unless they're just not real men, saying that we need women to take care of us? We're simply saying, hear us just as much as you want us to hear you. It's not about us being babies and crybabies and needing you to take care of us. Nobody has said that up here. It's about hearing our story as much as you want your story.
I don't think.
I want to end this right now because it's about to be 4 hours. But I want to say one thing. I'm starting to realize we as men are not valuable unless we have utility. So they don't care what we have to say. They care about what we're doing and how it benefits them.
Right. We are utilities. Whether it's money, cars, whatever we have, men in this society is just looked at as utilities for what we can bring to the table. And women, I don't think sometimes understand this, that society does not look at them on that level as they're looked at for their beauty, raising of children, sort of some of the things that I think some women don't want to be classified in, because you got the whole feminist movement thing going on. But that's just the facts. We are not the same people. We are built for different functions. That's just a fact.
I told you, King. Look
I
what
don't
she
think
said.
the last word is, I got 3 minutes left. Last word for anybody?
Yeah, they told basically, more bar none, they told us they don't give a fuck. They told us they don't give a fuck. I told you we're only giving credence. We're only, available if our pockets. Whatever we can give to them, whatever they can take. That's when we are of some service. Other than that, they don't give a fuck about us. We're objects. And they say we treat them like objects, but they really treat us basically like objects.
Well, as far as working on our emotional intelligence, look, here's the thing. Listen, you got to be able to express yourself. And I'm even talking about men and women. If you're in relationships with a man or a woman, whether it's your friends, your homeboys, and you can't express yourself and you can't lean on them for some type of support every now and then you don't need to be with them. Period.
I just want to say this, man. I'm just shaking my head right now because I want to speak to Mr. Robert Hicks. Even if you might not even be a dude, you might be a woman trolling, but let's pretend you're a dude. If what you got from this show is that we as men are asking women to take care of us, bro, just log off right now.
Please.
Just log off right now, bro. Because if you don't understand, this whole show has been about black men trying to preserve the black household and the family unit. Just log off, bro. That's it. You just do everybody a favor and yourself. Log off, and that'll take care of everything right there. That's my last word.
Yeah, listen, today was a great show. I want to thank everybody that came on the panel today. I appreciate you. And the final word for me is that we're not making excuses, and we're not asking for us to give us 100% of grace. We just want you to listen and understand that we go through stuff sometimes, and we just want you to be empathized. Not feel sorry for us, but we want us to empathize, because Black men are dying in silence. They're killing. They're self-deleting themselves left and right. So please have an open heart, have an open ears, and make sure you are not dismissive when a Black man or young Black boy is coming to you for nurture or love. Please do not be dismissive. And with that being said, thank you everybody for coming out tonight.
Take care, brother. Take care. Peace.
Thank you so much. Peace.
Peace.